Everyone, before we open this Planning and Development Committee meeting and call it to order, I would like to just read the Pembroke Land Acknowledgement Statement. As we gather today, I would respectfully acknowledge, on behalf of Council and the community, that the City of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins on whose land we reside. I now declare this Planning and Development Committee meeting of February the 6th, Tuesday, 2004, open for business. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Do we have any this evening? Seeing none. Approval of or amendment of the meeting agenda. Worship. Moved by His Worship, seconded by Councillor Fernier. Any questions? All those in favour? Carried, thank you. Approval of the minutes of the Planning and Development Committee meeting of January 2nd, 2004, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Keel. Questions? Those in favour? Against? Carried, thank you. Is there any business arising from the minutes? Seeing none, we'll move on to presentations. Our first presentation this evening is on behalf of the Pembroke Curling Centre, and I believe that Councillor Lafernier will be enlightening us. Thank you, Councillor Fernier.
Yes, thank you. So, as most of you know, last year the Pembroke Curling Centre celebrated its 150th anniversary here in the city of Pembroke, and it was a year filled with monthly fun-filled events, culminating with a big celebration in the fall. And one of the highlights of the year was the creation of a book commemorating this event. And it was compiled by Mr. Dave Lemke, who is here with us tonight. We also have a presentation that we'd like to make, well, they'd like to make, to the Mayor and City Council as well. So we also have Mr. Jake Bailey here tonight. He is the president of the Pembroke Curling Centre, so he will also be coming up. But first, I guess we'll call Mr. Dave Lemke up to explain the book, which is called The Roaring Game in Pembroke, 150 years. And I'll be presenting a book to each of you on behalf of the Curling Centre.
Oh, wow.
There you go. And extras are on sale at the Curling Centre. It's a great history, and it's not just curling. It's a great history book about sports in the Ottawa Valley. Thank you, Dave. Take it away.
Thank you, Pat. Your Worship and councillors, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to be here this evening. This kind of winds up as Pat said, a year-long celebration to mark the 150th anniversary of the Curling Centre. Back in the day in 1872, there was no rink building, but the enthusiasts played out on the ice on the river when they had good weather and they had good ice. So their season was somewhat limited, but you have to imagine the hardship of curling out on. And the interesting part about the Curling Centre is, and the reason I got involved, I published a book 10 years ago on the alligator steam tugboats that were used in the near north. They were manufactured in Simcoe. And back in 1900, 2 boats were delivered to Pembroke on flat cars, on a train, to be taken up to the Black River to be used in the watershed up there. And the Mr. Peachy of the Simcoe Company had written to the newspaper in 1900, if I can find it, to say that he had a delightful visit to Pembroke. The boats got delivered, and he went up to the curling club and had a wonderful evening. He said the ice was terrible, worst he's ever played on. And he said they use irons, 62-pound irons, not rocks. So this, I can't find it now, but this write-up is in the book, and that I put on Facebook. And that kind of went viral, and everybody that curled anywhere around Pembroke got a hold of me, and Bill Cheliak, who had been the president, asked me if I would get on board and organize a gala evening back in March, which we successfully did. We had the town crier, Daniel Richer from Ottawa. We had Gail Gavin, Gillen Roots, and Dennis Harrington for music. We had a wonderful buffet that was to die for. And it was a wonderful evening. The room was jam-packed. At the end of that session, we had a photographer that took all kinds of pictures, which you will see in the book, many of them. And when it was evident to me that we had all these wonderful color pictures from the gala evening of the entertainment, everybody clapping, tambourines, dancing, and the whole 9 yards, I had said to Bill at the time, you know, there's some money left in the budget. Why don't we do a book? Why don't we take the wonderful history, all the pictures that you have going back to the 1800s, the competitions in Scotland and the competitions from the Scottish coming here and all the wonderful history. I said, let's capture that in a book. So here it is. You now have a copy in front of you. And if I may, I'm going to just, if you'll indulge me, I'm going to read a poem that's in the back. This was inspiration that came along after, I think, a glass of wine or two, one late night. Ode to Curling. In the heart of a town where large timber flowed down a mighty river that early road, the frozen waterway had to suffice for the first outdoor curlers to share space on the ice. Then, building 4 different rinks away from the piers, the sport of curling grew over the years. For a century and a half in this wintry clime, our club has endured, stood the test of time. The stones have slid, the brooms have swept, echoes of laughter, sports people adept. Through roaring games on silent nights, it's weathered all and still shines bright. The dance of shoes kissing the ice, colorful rivalry, victories so nice. Generations have come and so many passed, yet our curling club spirit remains steadfast. For 150 years, not just a rink, but a beacon of friendship, a community link. Through challenges faced and triumphs met, a legacy of fair play and many a fete. Now as we go forward from this year just past, we envisage a future buoyed by our past. Another 150 is now the new quest, with our curling center's vigor up to the test. Here's to memories made and more to be told, ongoing fellowship yet to behold. May our curling center from those days of yore forever resonate with the stones as they roar. So that's in the back of the book. And that kind of says it all. So thank you very much for your time. And we have a proclamation that's going to be read to you from that evening. But I'll sign off and say thank you very much. Thank you.
So I believe Jake Bailey, the president of the Pembroke Curling Center, just wants to say a few words, and then I will hold this up while he reads it. He's going to do his best to imitate the town crier, I believe. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, Councillors. On behalf of the Pembroke Curling Centre, really appreciate your ongoing support and the time tonight. As Councillor Lafreniere mentioned, my name is Jake Bailey. I am the president of the Pembroke Curling Centre. It's a privilege to serve in that position. For those of you that haven't been to the centre, we feature 4 sheets of curling ice. We have leagues for all levels and all types of curlers, including those that are new to the sport. Our members are 331 strong here from the community. We are volunteer-led, and we have members from ages 8 to 88. So encourage anyone that's interested in the sport to come on out. In addition to our curling ice, we host many events in our accessible lounge, and we have 2 high-end golf simulators open to the public to help keep those winter blues away. So as Councillor Lafreniere mentioned, I'm here tonight to present a proclamation to the city made by our members and our leadership to mark the occasion of our 150th anniversary. And the proclamation states, on this 25th day of March, in the year of our Lord, 2023, we gather at the Pembroke Curling Centre on unceded traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation to observe the milestone of 150 years in curling in Pembroke. Established in 1872, when the captivating and complex team sport of curling was first played outdoors on the frozen Ottawa River, this esteemed institution has persevered through many challenges and has been sustained by a loyal following of members to this day. We proudly attest that the executive, members, and all present today are honored to share in the rich heritage of the sport as it has been played in this fine city of Pembroke, and pledge to faithfully go forward with commitment and to resolve to plot a course for future generations. And it's signed on behalf of our members by our leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could we get a picture? Someone took a picture, and then we'll have it at the curling center too.
We'll get it.
Yeah. Stay here. There we go.
There you go. Okay.
There.
1, 2, 3, cheese. We'll do one more. 1, 2, 3, cheese. Good.
There.
Oh,
there. That's beautiful. And I'm sure you'll find, you want to say anything?
Well, so I just want to thank David and Jake for coming this evening, and I'm just ecstatic on behalf of all of council to receive this proclamation and receive this guest. There we go. Guest talk this evening in terms of the curling club. And so anyone that knows me, if there's something about Pembroke, I have to go out and purchase it and so forth. And so I know that I was with David at another grand opening of another business, and he said, "Did you know that there's a book?" And he started talking about the curling club and so forth. So I went in, and yes, I know about the golf because I had to go down to the basement to try and find someone, and they were swinging away, and I said, "Oh, okay," but had to pick it up just to see what it is, such a jewel that is in the city of Pembroke. I'm always intrigued by the individuals and the institutions that make up the history of the city of Pembroke, and this is no exception. So looking at some of the photos and envisioning individuals out on our lovely Ottawa River and taking part in curling amidst all the different lumbering activities that are going on, and as it says in the book, certainly the waterfront was not as pristine as it is today. I had the pleasure of attending with Councillor Lafreniere when there was the 150th anniversary, I believe, the Deputy Mayor as well. So such a great event, such a great evening to mark such a milestone because, as I was saying to our MPP that evening, not every institution makes it to that milestone. And then in addition, as we know, there was the Ontario Winter Games, and I must confess, I'm not a curler, but certainly when they were throwing I think that's the expression, they were throwing the different rocks and everyone was getting all excited and said, well, something is obviously happening that's really, really nice here because they were getting so excited. But to have an institution here right in our city that could host such an event as the Ontario Winter Games. So again, I just want to thank not only David and Jake, but your entire organization, given that you are volunteer-led, and that just speaks volumes as to the city of Pembroke and volunteers stepping to the plate and making things happen. So we're going to ensure that this has a prominent place here at City Hall, and just very much appreciate that you made this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you on behalf of the chair, Dave and Jake. It's ironic to look at the numbers and to know that Canada was only 5 years old when you had a curling club in Pembroke, curling on the ice. So it shows the profound history that this community has with the curling connection. And as well, I often hear, well, children have nothing to do in Pembroke. They have a youth curling club, curling sector. I know my son and his wife are both avid curlers, and my grandchildren are. So good for you. Keep it up, and I know you're building a base for the future. And thank you on behalf of all the council and his worship for the presentation. You're truly a valuable asset in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could, you can leave now, or you can stay for the rest of it. I just want to save you, the embarrassment of walking out. So.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Our next presenters are the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association annual budget, and we have, who have we got this evening?
Yeah, I'll introduce them.
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, so this is the annual update based on the city-county OVTA agreement. So the City of Pembroke has been a member of the Ottawa Valley Tourism Association since it was first established. The organization is funded by the County of Renfrew and the City of Pembroke based on a weighted assessment in accordance with the rates paid by the 17 member municipalities. In April of 2023, if council remembers, a new 5-year agreement was struck between the city and county to continue funding the OVTA. So tonight we have the County of Renfrew Managers of Economic Development, Melissa Marquardt, and also Megan James. She's the vice chair of the board.
Welcome. We're open to your presentation.
Thank you, and good evening, Council. Megan, you're going to start. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having us, and thank you for the introduction. I just wanted to start briefly by speaking about our long-standing relationship which has been mutually beneficial for both parties for the past 48 years. In 1976, our relationship began when the OVTA was still called the Renfrew County Travel Association. Staff have an excellent working relationship when it comes to collaborating and delivering on many marketing initiatives. I'm a transplant to the Valley, and over the past 10 years, I've been able to watch Pembroke and the Valley grow due to this relationship in such a positive and measurable way. We've truly put us on the stage as a destination. We look forward to continuing our partnership while we work together to build upon the excellent progress and efforts we've made over the years, elevating the awareness of Pembroke and the Ottawa Valley as a prime tourism destination continues to be a mutual focus, and we look forward to watching our efforts produce results in the coming year and in the years to come. Over to you.
Thank you, Megan. I'd just now like to go through a couple of highlights from 2023 and also highlight a few of the plans that we've got coming down the pipes for 2024, just before we ask for approval of our budget. So just starting with our membership, we are sitting at 310 members as of December 31st. And I just want to note, this is the highest membership record that the OVTA has ever had. And we equate that to the waiving of our membership fees, which took place in 2020 as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. We knew at that time that we couldn't be sending out membership invoices to businesses when they were struggling and not generating any revenue. At that time in 2020, our membership was sitting at around 180 business members, and we are now sitting at 310. So we know that the waiving of those membership fees is what has enabled our membership to grow. So we're very, very proud of that. We've received a 9.5% increase over 2022, and we are currently, out of that 310, have 36 members from the City of Pembroke. We have a tourism newsletter that has received an increase in subscribers at about 7.8% over 2022, and then we also have a member Facebook group, which is sitting at about 140 tourism operators at this time. In terms of product development and research, a couple of the key things we wanted to highlight in 2023 is, of course, our support for the new Pembroke Visitor Information Center downtown. And we also did a little bit of a research project in acquiring some stats for the downtown visitation, which I'll highlight in a moment. We revised and enhanced and updated our scenic driving routes. So we have 5 scenic driving routes that take place throughout all of the Ottawa Valley, 3 of which include Pembroke on those driving routes. And then we also undertook the development of a ATV documentary-style video ride that took place in the fall, and that will be reaching markets this spring when ATV trails open back up. Just in terms of the downtown visitor data, so this was a research project that we did in collaboration with the Ontario's Highlands Tourism Organization, and this was using geofencing technology, which is basically capturing cell phone data, for people coming into Pembroke and the downtown Main Street. So in terms of the numbers you can see up on the screen, we tracked from 2019, 2020, and 2022. We will be tracking again also for 2023. We skipped the year 2020 for the obvious reasons, the height of pandemic. So you will see that, in 2019, at the height of total visitation, Pembroke downtown was sitting at over 500,000 visitors. Obviously, those numbers declined a little bit during the pandemic, and we're seeing them continue to rise back up. And we expect those numbers to be increased in 2023 also as things continue to improve. Just in terms of the top origin, so the top visitation are coming from the surrounding areas of Petawawa within Pembroke and Laurentian Valley Township. And then there's a little bit of data and information in there in terms of visitor profile, the age, and household income and interests. In terms of marketing, some of our key big marketing efforts, we did a campaign with the Canada Travel magazine and billboard, which saw some nice, great big visuals on the 400 highway series in the GTA region, as well as print ads in the Canada Travel magazine, which is inserted in the Globe and Mail newspaper. We continue to support the International Women's Day event with Ottawa Valley Boss Babes here in the region and promoting some of our female entrepreneurs in the tourism industry. Of course, I would be remiss to not mention the 2023 Winter Games, which was a huge undertaking for the county and the OVTA and the city. And that obviously saw a lot of sports athletes and their families coming to the region, which was really great during that winter season. And then Rapid Media continues to be our front-facing advertising partner to get out all of our paddling opportunities and whitewater rafting and some of those big water activities that draw visitors to the region. Of course, we continue on with support of some of the local things here in Pembroke. So the Pembroke Multicultural Festival, we've been on board as a partner and supporter since, I think, the second year of that event. And it has really grown to become a signature event here in Pembroke and the Ottawa Valley, and we're really pleased to see that. The Pembroke Community Expo, for those that were there this year, we were in attendance along with our big green chair to get everybody hopping in there and taking some photos, because that's always a fun time. And then, of course, we continue to produce our road and cycling maps throughout the region as well. And just to highlight on a bit of our scenic driving tours that's up on the screen now. So as I mentioned, Pembroke is included in 3 of our scenic driving tours. Those are the Up the Mighty Ottawa, Our Friends and Neighbors, and A Trail of Two Rivers. So those were heavily promoted over the fall color season, and so you can see some of our promotional efforts down below, which have reach of over 45,000, engagement of over 3,000, great reactions and clicks, over 600 click-throughs to operators and specific businesses located in those posts about that event. And just for our social media update, social media still continues to be one of the most effective ways for advertising, both in terms of cost effectiveness and reach. And so you see the breakdown just between our Facebook and Instagram accounts. Reaching over 2 million impressions through Facebook in 2023 and over 500,000 impressions through Instagram in 2023. And that's also growing on a big increase over 2022. And just to touch quickly on a couple of the initiatives for 2024, and this is obviously not the extensive list, but some of the big key ones. So we've introduced a new cooperative marketing program in January. And this is a really cost-effective way for us to be able to spread our reach into further markets, as well as to work with tourism operators and other communities throughout the region by partnering together on cooperative marketing campaigns. If you would like to save the date for Tuesday, April 16th, that's going to be the date of our Ottawa Valley Tourism Conference and AGM this year, which also coincides with National Tourism Week. So we've moved it up. Typically, we are held at the end of the month, but because National Tourism Week is the week of April 15th this year, we wanted to be capitalizing on that event. We're going to be undertaking a destination management plan for the Ottawa Valley in the region. Our strategic plan expired at the end of 2023, and so we're going to be undertaking a destination management plan, which is similar to a strategic plan, but a specific management plan for destinations, and so that's more of a 5 to 10 year plan, which takes into consideration all aspects that make a destination operate and tick. Photo and video assets and collections. Staff is already working on that, and we'll be coming with some photographers and videographers to Pembroke throughout this year. The Do Something Delicious campaign, that is a culinary project with the Culinary Tourism Alliance, and that is part of our year 2 implementation of our culinary tourism strategy. And then the ATV campaign, which will launch in the spring when ATV trails open, which features our short version and a long version of a video, which is all female riders out on the trails and female empowerment out on the ATV trails. And then our team, we have a really, really awesome team. I'm proud of our all ladies team that we have. So there's Ryan, our tourism development officer, Erin, our digital marketing officer, and Emily England, who's our business and administrative assistant. And that concludes my presentation for this part. I don't know if, Sheriff, you would like me to stop for questions before?
Any questions at this point, or would you prefer that you finish off your presentation and we'll come back with questions? Okay, thank you.
And so part 2 is you will have received a copy of the 2024 draft budget for your approval. And as per the agreement, the budget is always approved by the OVTA Board of Directors first. Then it's presented to this council for approval. And then following this approval, it goes to Development and Property at the County of Renfrew for final stamp of approval. I don't know if you want me to go line by line through the budget. If there's any questions, I can maybe handle it that way, however you'd like, Chair.
Perhaps you could highlight a few, a few things that you think are crucial and important, rather than going through line by line. Council will look at it, of course.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Perfect, thank you, through you, Chair. So in terms of the expenses along the top, I mean, our budget relatively stays the same from year to year in terms of our activities. I'll draw your line to about the middle of the expense page to our marketing budget, so at $60,000. So that is the core of our activities. That's our marketing, our advertising, our product development initiatives. Media relations, just underneath that is our media relations efforts, so that's when we're hosting influencers and working with travel writers. Our memberships have increased, you will notice slightly, and that's because we are undertaking a sustainable tourism certification for the Ottawa Valley, and so there is a membership fee applied to that. Office expense is increased a little bit this year because we require to purchase some new laptops and some technology equipment, and that doesn't come cheap these days. And then I will draw you down under special projects. There's a $75,000 expense there, and that is for our destination management plan that I referred to in my presentation earlier. And then going down just to the revenue side, I'll also draw your attention to the line for transfer from reserves. You'll noting that's at $109,604, which is quite a big increase to previous years. And that is a drawing from our reserves to undertake our destination management plan, which we're budgeting at approximately $75,000 of that. We are applying to the tourism growth program in hopes to offset that cost, but we won't know whether we're approved for that until later in the spring. And then the balance of that $109,000 is $34,604, and that's to get us to our zero budget at the end. We typically do a transfer from reserves every year to balance our budget, and so that's what the difference of that line item is. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Questions of council? Councillor Kale?
So what does that leave in the reserves?
I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but we'd be left at just a little over 100,000.
Are you complete, Councillor Kale? Councillor Purcell?
Thank you very much for your presentation. One of the things I always see is lacking is in regards to, when we talk about tourism, is in terms of our marina. Boat traffic, sea-doing is it's huge in the area right now. I don't see anything, like I see ATVs, I see cycling, I see a snowmobile, I see all kinds of different promotions, but nothing really kind of promoting our waterfront when it comes to, docking launching a watercraft or, the utilization in terms of our marina for fueling, docking, those kinds of things. Is that something that would be considered, in the future in terms of just maybe having a little bit more insight to hey, come to Pembroke, you can launch your boat, you can actually, walk to some of the restaurants that we have, see some parts of the beautiful Ottawa River, and take advantage of what Pembroke has to offer. So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity there just to maybe put a little bit of focus in terms of the marine traffic that we should be, attracting in terms of Pembroke. Because eventually I'd like to see, instead of everybody, launching in Pembroke and going up to Petawawa, Fort William, those kinds of things, is, we need to become a destination where people want to come from, Deep River down and spend some time in Pembroke and visit some of the great tourism spots that we have. And we actually have, the waterfall feature down there. We have various different things that we can kind of promote in terms of the marina itself and some of the supporting services. So just food for thought, that's all it was. Thank you.
Did you want to respond to that?
Yes, if I could, through you, Chair. And thank you for that suggestion. And yes, we do promote all of our waterways throughout the region. And I have noted that we're going to do a little bit more increased promotion for the Ottawa River Waterway for this year. We're also working on a bit of a motorized strategy that's bringing all of the power sports and motorized activities within the region, which will include boating, obviously. So yes, definitely taken into consideration. And I just want to note, it has been a couple of years, but I believe it was maybe in 2017 when we did did a personal watercraft tour that was using Pembroke as the base station, and then we actually used the lift service across the dams and all the way up to Mattawa and back. But it has been a couple of years, so we'll definitely look into increasing that for this year. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Hi, thank you for coming tonight and presentation. I sit on the PBA board, and we're very thankful, as is the city, that you partnered with us on that. And the tourist office down there has been quite busy and successful. It's a start, and it brings people from the waterfront also, and it's also a point of information. And the whole idea is the tourists they like literature, but to speak to somebody, a friendly conversation is important. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Lafreniere?
Yeah, just thank you for the presentation. I've been here a long time, and I know the value of our partnership. It's wonderful. We only have one staff in that department here, so it's really nice to know. I know you work closely, and he sits on the OVTA as well as our representative. I guess my question is to piggyback on Councillor Keel's. I'm just wondering, I'm looking at the costs of $225,000. And even without a draw from reserve, you would have had $381,000. So why did you need to draw from reserves when your costs still don't exceed your revenues? Even without that transfer from reserve, your revenues would have had enough to cover the cost. So I'm just wondering, I know you said you had a larger expense, but anyway, if you could enlighten me.
Yes, if I can, through you, Chair. So at the very top of the budget is the salaries and benefits portion, which is $265,234. And if you add that with the expense of $225 and $445, then that equals up to the bottom. Yep. You're very welcome.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? If I may, from the chair, just a couple little ones. 500,000 visitors, is that what I heard? 500,000 visitors, 500,000 visitors to the area?
Let me refer to
Pembroke?
my number. I think it was for total for 2019.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, just over 500,000.
That's 500,000 people rolling through the Ottawa Valley and through Pembroke, hopefully. And I noticed in your statistics, you're trying to pin it down as to what they're here to see. Is there any way of fine-tuning that? For example, if they came to the waterfront specifically, the percentage of people, did they come to look at the murals? And the reason I'm asking that is if we could determine that through a number, it would be beneficial when we're establishing our budgets, perhaps, to focus X number of dollars on the ones that are being promoted the most and people want to see the most, or the ones that aren't being seen at all. We could do that in retrospect to promote that as well. So is there any way you can, I know it's a hard question, but people say, well, they don't come to see the murals. They come to the waterfront or they go to Algonquin Park, but they're here. I've met them, on the street. So how do we define that? Can the OVTA define that or find a way to do that?
Thank you for that great question. I'm going to go back and look at the data because I do believe we can break out the difference between Pembroke downtown and the waterfront, so we should be able to provide separate numbers for that. In terms of the reason why they're coming here, murals is not necessarily, so it's interesting when you're doing the activity, like tourism activities, there's your fishing and your cycling and your hunting. Murals is not one of those items that's listed on the traditional tourism activities thing, so hence why it wouldn't be picked up specifically within this report. But that's something definitely that I'll go back to the team on and see if we can look at tracking for 2023, or for
Very good.
2024,
Very good.
sorry.
Thank you. And one final question. Megan, is it Megan that came to the area a few years ago? So where were you coming from and what were your impressions when you came to this community? I'd like to know that, because if it's really bad, you don't have to answer that. But if it's good, we wouldn't mind hearing some good.
Of course, thank you for the question. So, like I said, I came here 10 years ago for a work opportunity. I was actually born and raised in Muskoka and spent quite a few years living abroad, so overseas in the UK and New Zealand. I was drawn to Pembroke, more so the valley. I don't actually live in Pembroke. I live in Whitewater region, just because I'm very much outdoors. I'm not necessarily drawn to the city. But when I got here, it was run down. I think it lacked just some like a refresh, especially of the main street, things to do. I think there was also just a different kind of age group here. So it's been attracting over the years a younger kind of clientele, and along with it, like more restaurants and shops and that sort of thing, and things to do. So, I mean, I was attracted to it when I first came, but looking at the difference in 10 years from someone who hasn't been here their whole life, it's just like it's phenomenal, this main street and how it's changed. You guys should be so, so proud of that. And I think a lot of it is the partnership between the tourism, because I've been a part, I think I met you 10 years ago when I got here. So I've always been super passionate about tourism, and just knowing that you guys have supported what the OVTA has done to tirelessly bring new people to the area to experience it, I think that's a huge reason why it's been able to grow too. Businesses have been able to expand because they can't sustain off just the local market. We rely so much on tourism in the area.
Thank you. One other little comment.
Great.
I noticed the county contribution is $265,234. City of Pembroke's $32,871. Again, a partnership where people are working together to define what's good for the entire region. No, not just us, but for everybody. As you know, if Whitewater benefits, Pembroke benefits. Renfrew benefits, I think we benefit too. Ottawa, et cetera. Thank you for your presentation. And yes, Councillor Kale.
Just back to the numbers that Councillor Giacono was referring to. When he mentioned 500,000 people rolling through, it says top origin, Petawawa, Pembroke, and Laurentian Valley. I wouldn't consider anybody from Pembroke, Petawawa, or Laurentian Valley to necessarily be tourists downtown. Do we know how many people are, like, do we have numbers that are actually outside of the local area?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Chair. Yeah, so this was the top 3 origins of the list. We would have further breakdown, which I can provide from the other areas where they're coming from.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Worship. Thank you very much, and keep on trucking and promoting the Ottawa Valley and Pembroke. Thanks.
Trucking, biking, ATVing, everything. Yeah, boating. Good night.
Our next presenter will be dealing with the OPP strategic plan. Mr. Unruh, did you want to introduce our guest?
Yeah, well, I just want to introduce Steph Neufeld. He is the local inspector, and he'll lead us through this presentation.
Welcome, Inspector Neufeld. This is not your first kick at the can with the City of Pembroke. Thank you for being here this evening. And giving up your time as well. Thank you.
No, my pleasure. John, are you controlling the? Yeah. Okay. So thank you again very much for having me. It is an honor to present to council. It's been, as I was reflecting, it is as I am in my 7th year as detachment commander here, the longest serving detachment commander in East Region, the longest tenured detachment commander at a single detachment. Very pleased to be here and to continue to be a part of this community and to continue to provide outstanding police services to the community through our team of dedicated officers and civilians. Without further ado, it is my pleasure to present our 2023-2025 strategic plan, very similar to the previous plan. Just a quick thank you to the residents. I'm very well aware of the tremendous work that we do. The last plan was certainly an outstanding roadmap for us to help us navigate some very unprecedented times in our community. Both the pandemic, which, I mean, well, what can you say about that? The Freedom Convoy, although deployed to, we had many officers deployed to the City of Ottawa, what certainly the Police Service Board is aware of, but maybe Council is not aware of, that was the lots of support rallies that were at least threatening to shut down the downtown. And although none of these really materialized, when stuff like that gets promoted on a chat group, it does require a police response, and a robust one, to say that if somebody were to shut down the downtown with 100 cars, that's not a threat, although yes, it's just an online threat. That is not something that the police can just ignore and say, well, I'm sure nothing's going to happen, and let me know if somebody, like, that requires a plan, that requires logistics, that requires mobilization of officers, that despite the real Freedom Convoy going on, where we have officers deployed to, we have to have a response, an immediate response available to that. I'll just kind of raise my hand there, Sean, if that works. Thanks. So this is what the strategic plan looks like. It centers around the 3 pillars: our people, our communities, and our work. Very similar to the previous plan. And I'll highlight a couple of the successes from the year, the year of 2023, as well as some of the things that we're working towards in the current strategic plan. So just a photo of our ongoing work in the community. This photo right here, which is taken right from the plan, where it says, we will be responsible for advancing a culture of belonging that is characterized by leadership, inclusion, and well-being. So that is myself presenting. I was one of 4 detachment commanders selected to present a real, it's called people-centered leadership, and it's a real culture change within the OPP based on 13 psychosocial factors of leadership, talking about physical safety, work balance, culture. And they did a whole independent review, pardon me, on the OPP. And thank you. And the article, the review talked about culture in the OPP, and I can say with 29 years on the job, I have seen this change in culture firsthand, and the modernization, if you will, of our organization, which has truly been, when we talk about transformational leadership, I have seen it firsthand, and certainly embrace it, and was one of the reasons why I was selected, again, one of 4 detachment commanders, to present people-centered leadership to all of our sergeants and all of our staff sergeants across Eastern Ontario. This is going to be a change in the way we lead the OPP and our future members. So one of the things that we are going to be planning here is, which again, we've never had it, is a family wellness night. Certainly talking about, wellness was always a buzzword with the OPP, and, well, what does that mean? If I were to ask, just by a show of hands to the board, has anybody heard of PTSD? And of course, everybody has. Has anybody heard of PTG? No hands go up. Post-traumatic growth. Everybody's heard of PTSD. Oh my God, I saw something terrible. And yes, PTG is what this family wellness night is going to be celebrating. This is the resilience piece. This is the support networks that the OPP has had. If we can just go to the next slide. And I've presented this last year as well. The tremendous strides the OPP has taken to ensure that we do have a healthy and resilient OPP. OPP psychologists on staff, like these are OPP employees, mental health clinicians that come to our office on a monthly basis just to check in with officers. Care navigators to help support members that if a member is off, the tremendous amount of paperwork that goes with making a WSIB claim. Peer supporters, anybody can be a peer supporters, of course, chaplaincy, and all the external agencies that we for. Unprecedented supports in the OPP. So we still have members that go off, but what that evening of wellness is going to be celebrating is PTG, and I've got some awesome guest speakers lined up. Pat Finnegan is actually one of them who is going to be speaking, and Pat's journey as a retired OPP officer through cancer. And I mean, what a story about resilience. There's another member who's, pardon me, his father who was an OPP who was murdered on duty, and his journey through PTSD his complete spiral, and his return. This is what the celebration is going to be about. It's an evening of wellness coupled, and it's inviting families in, and it's going to be open to not just Upper Ottawa Valley officers, but to the whole county. Sorry, I just lost my place here. Moving on to the second pillar, our work. And then we'll just go to the next one, please. So talking about the work, well, everybody knows we had some great calls for service this year. I'm going to just jump to the next one where we talk about, I won't get into the nuts and bolts of the calls for service, but just a couple of the greatest hits. When we talk about calls for service within the city of Pembroke, something as simple as shoplifting went up 20%. These are very difficult times for a lot of people, and when we talk about shoplifting, it's not the usual shoplifting stuff. We're seeing a lot of diapers. We're seeing baby food. People just struggling to make ends meet, and people that wouldn't normally be shoplifting are shoplifting to survive. When we talk about drug-related occurrences, and when I'm comparing numbers, 2023 last year to 2022, 75% increase in calls for service. Landlord tenants. We've all seen the stories about people saying, well, I'm not paying rent and you can't evict me. And of course, they're calling the police, and an increase in 49% in landlord tenant calls. And of course, mental health calls, a 60% increase in calls for service. Now, the calls for service when it comes to mental health have gone up. However, our apprehensions, where we physically apprehend people and take them to the hospital, have gone down. So that is fantastic, and that's a success story that we want to celebrate, because back when I first got here and we didn't have this mental MCERT program, the officers were just taking these people into custody and bringing them to the hospital. And, the doctor, waiting, cutting line, getting in front of everybody, further burdening an already overburdened healthcare system because the cops are cutting line, bringing the individual in, sometimes in handcuffs, adding to the stigma of mental health. Only for the doctor to say, hey, did you want to kill yourself? No, I'm fine now. Okay, take them home. And so now that's two officers that were taken out of service for 2-3 hours to do what? To bring somebody to the hospital, only that for the doctor to say, no, they're fine, take them home. And then the whole cycle repeats. So the introduction of the MCERT program was the partnering of police officers with mental health workers, clinicians, or nurses to have that in-depth field experience to say, you know what? We're not apprehending this individual. I'm going to connect you with some resources. I'm going to connect you with your doctor right now on the phone, or I'm going to give you some medication, and we're not going to the hospital. So so that's where we're seeing our successes. Yes, we know there's more mental, and this is not unique to this city, let's be honest. This is everywhere. We all read the newspapers. Mental health calls are up everywhere, but the apprehensions, the fact that they are going down, that's the success that we want to celebrate. Next one there. Of course, our big call for service, like the call, May 23rd, 2023 was our double homicide, almost triple homicide, which I can say that taxed a lot of resources. So one thing the OPP does really, really well is when we have these worst case scenarios, these big calls for service, when the big blue machine starts to roll, it rolls. And I was telling the police service board, within less than 24 hours, we had north of 50 officers here in various specialty units, various capacities, working on this case. Like, that's one thing that the OPP does really well. And we had one person in custody within the week, pardon me, and I was very pleased about a month ago, it was in the new year, to make that call when I got a call from the detective saying, we are about to arrest the second suspect. I was like, oh my God. I was elated, and I don't deserve any of that credit. The credit goes to all the men and women who worked on that case, officers and civilians, analysts, Center for Forensic Sciences, like you name it, they pulled out all the stops, and the matter is now before the courts. And you always hope that's a one-off in the community because that is not normal. We had 14 homicides across East Region, which was a record for us, which we said, oh, well, that's just an anomaly. It was a bad year. Well, what if it's not, right? That's of course our fear. The amount of work that goes into a murder investigation is unbelievable. Lots and lots of moving parts to that. This one in particular, because it involved, this was not, sorry, how much trying to say? Yes, it was a local crime, but it was outsiders coming into our community. The victims were outsiders and the suspects were outsiders, so it really involved a lot of work outside of the community. The fact that we were able to get 2 people in custody at the end of this, and that's now before the courts, is a success. The victim specialist did present to our police service board. This is a fantastic young woman who is going to be working out of our Pembroke detachment. My vision for this, and the reason this came about, is regrettably, and this is not a stat that I'm proud to announce, Upper Ottawa Valley, so not just the city, but Upper Ottawa Valley has the sad privilege of being #1 for domestic violence and sex assaults for Eastern Ontario, which is not great. So what does that mean? So knowing that, and in 2022, I sat in on the inquest for the triple femicide that we had in Renfrew County, and one of the recommendations, and there were multiple, not just directed at the police, there were multiple recommendations at a few agencies, but strictly being to the police were not enough resources to support victims of intimate partner violence. So that's not something that I'm just going to say, okay, yeah, well, thanks for the recommendations. We are looking to do everything we can to support victims. It falls right into our strategic plan about supporting victims. And this position, victim specialist, which to be clear is the only one in Eastern Ontario. I wrote a business case to get this position brought up here to the city, and it was approved by the commissioner, and they did a hiring, and they had north of 30 applicants, and this young lady was selected. She works here, and she basically, her role is, although an officer, if you were a victim of intimate partner violence and you know you're dealing with the officer who investigates the crime, he or she is responsible for making sure you are connected. Does that sometimes get missed? Does that sometimes slip through the cracks? Of course it does. It shouldn't, but it does. One only had to listen to a couple days of the inquest to realize that that individual slipped through the crack many, many times, and he was high risk. So all that to say, her only role is to support victims in our community. So this is going to be, this is a real coup for the Upper Ottawa Valley Detachment and the city. So my vision for her is to build an entire team around her, where you have, and I'm certainly not suggesting that we can prevent another femicide from occurring or that previous one from occurring, but what I can say is with an entire team which will encompass full-time investigators to support that investigative excellence piece to make sure, and again, I'm talking about our high-risk domestic violence occurrences. These detectives that would be assigned to work with her, probation and parole, because a lot of times these people are already on conditions, and have people from the courts involved, have a real team, and they're going to sit and focus on, okay, how can we make sure that something like this never happens again in our community? So this is this was launched in 2023. This is again, this is going to be a game changer for the community. I know I only have 15 minutes, so I'll just kind of. Our collision reporting center continues to be a success. Great job. This takes off a lot of work of our front line and continues to be great. If we flip to the next one, this is our MCERT program, which again, my plan for this is to increase this eventually to have one mental health officer working on each platoon, but that is a work in progress. Lastly, this is Constable Price. This is an officer who is in, when I did I do my consultations with the officers and one-on-one meetings, and I said, what could I do to make your job easier? What keeps you stuck in the office? How can I make your job easier? And they said, can you get rid of these stupid little fraud calls that we get? Like, hey, you know, I tried to buy a $1,000 Rolex for $50 and, you know, they're not sending it to me now. And you want to say, well, you're a dummy for doing that. But this is still a victim of crime. This is still a billable call for service now for the community. So this officer, who although is not a frontline officer anymore, has some awesome investigative skills. The only complaint I have is she is so busy now because she has taken all these little frauds off the frontline officers who are free to do other stuff, that she is now getting a little overwhelmed. So we are in fact looking at expanding her role. There has been a real boon to online frauds in 2023, and people are looking to make a buck any way they can, and some of that involves criminality, unfortunately. The last piece about the work is I want to talk about, which an area that we did not do very well on was traffic tickets and traffic stops. Now, I have always said that every traffic stop does not have to end in a ticket. A little education sometimes can go even further than a ticket. But there's a correlation between the traffic stops dropping and the tickets dropping. And that's not just a minor, like 5-10% anomaly where you can say, oh, well, you know, that's not a big number. A 40% drop or 35% drop in tickets as well, or in traffic stops, which lines up perfectly with 32% less tickets. Not a great stat. What I will draw your attention to is up at the top is Little Bancroft with 140% increase. And you're thinking, well, what are they doing so differently? Well, I'm going to tell you because I got the news directly from the deputy a couple weeks ago. And what it is the OPP in 2023 piloted and this is kudos to our commissioner. He said, we are very good at billing the community for the calls for service that we get. There we're good. We got a whole unit dedicated to municipal policing. Yeah, you guys get your bills and we expect them to be paid. But has the OPP ever looked internally and said, well, for the amount of work, and I'll use Pembroke as the example, for the amount of work that we're doing here, have we ever calculated, do we have enough officers in that community doing the work that we're doing? The answer is absolutely not. So they piloted it in Bancroft, which I was furious about because I wanted them to pilot it here, but I didn't win. And they said, no, Bancroft needs an additional 8 officers for the amount of work that they're doing. And so last year they got them. They front-end loaded the Bancroft detachment, got them all these officers. And what that allows you to do is do the proactive work that you want to do the community events, do the traffic enforcement, do the foot patrols downtown, do all the stuff that police officers should be doing instead of running ragged. So what I'm about to say is going to be the third game changer for this meeting is that the deputy commissioner identified Upper Ottawa Valley as being the next detachment for 2024 to get front-end loaded for these officers. So that is going to be great. And when you say like, well, so are we getting 8 officers? The number that I initially saw in the report, 27. Do you have any idea what I could do with 27 constables? Like, going to be amazing. They're not all walking through the door tomorrow, let's be honest. But each class, we're going to be starting to build up. And there's obviously report backs that I have to do, like, okay, you're getting all these bodies, what are you doing with them, right? But I've got plans. Believe me, I've got plans. So this is going to be a huge game changer for the Upper Ottawa Valley, for the community. Like, like bringing back bicycle patrol. Like how about something like that? Having two bikes up and down the waterfront on a Saturday and a Sunday on a July long weekend. Like we can't do that today. We can't. We can have, an hour here, an hour there. I'm talking a dedicated bicycle patrol for a weekend. It's going to be great. Obviously, the third and final pillar, and you can just kind of zip through the photos there, Sean, is just certainly, I have always been a detachment commander that wants our members involved in the community, wants them out there doing the foot patrols, wants them, so I'm very pleased, and I know the Police Service Board is aware that we are looking at reintegrating into the schools, and we have 3 out of 4 of the boards that have given us the green light saying, and I wrote them a big long letter saying, listen, we want to reestablish these. There was a reluctance to bring the police, to have the police in there. Lots of bad press, most of the stuff from the States and Toronto, that there was, I'll say, a reluctance to have police officers in the school. But the message that I gave them was that let's not have our youth in the community only see the cops come to the school when they're taking somebody out in handcuffs. That's totally the wrong message, and that's what I want to get away with, because that's the only reason we're going to the schools now. Somebody brought a knife, somebody assaulted somebody, and so that's the only vision that they see of the officers is them, the punishers, basically. Let's get away from that. Let's do the proactive walks. Let's go to the community events. Let's go to the hockey games. So one school board left, and that is it looks positive. So that is, again, getting all these extra officers. You're going to see these proactive events in the schools, which is exactly what it should be, a celebration, not the big bad police coming to take somebody away. The warming center, for those members of council that are not aware, so I was out of the area for about 6 months doing another detachment. Basically, I was asked by our East Region Command, because they've seen the success here that we've had here, the stability. There's no phone calls to East Region headquarters saying what the hell is going on. There's no complaints from the officers. Everybody is happy. Are they busy? Sure they are. Everybody's busy. But there's no issues. I think we run a really, really well-oiled detachment here. Can you just pause on that slide for 1 second? Yeah. No, sorry. So when I was brought away to the other detachment, you know what they say, you don't know what you got till it's gone. These other detachments in the east, and I worry about my own detachment. It's none of my business what goes on elsewhere. But we do really have a great detachment here, and I can't emphasize that enough. Getting exposed to other parts of the region that, I would go to a meeting and there would be, and I'd say and I'm just running that office now, how I run this office, asking people for their feedback, asking them, hey, how was your day? I had people crying. They couldn't believe that a detachment commander would care about them. I'm like, oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. Like, it was a real, when we talk about changing the culture, that was a detachment that really had to change its culture. And so that's where I've been for the last 6 months, just kind of, I guess you could say rebuilding, or at least pointing it in the right direction. Just this last slide that's at the college. We had brought in some recruiters. So much like every other police service and lots of, I know the military's in the same boat, the fire department. People are just not attracted to policing, and we've seen our numbers decline as far as our candidates go. Not that we've lowered our standards any, but certainly the number of candidates that we're getting. So I like to use the term ABR, always be recruiting young individuals in our community, reaching out to them saying, hey, have you ever thought about a career in policing? And not necessarily, not everybody wants to carry a gun, but we have civilian jobs, we have special constable jobs at the courts, we have that victim specialist, which is going to be the flagship for Eastern Ontario. This is going to be, I'll tell you right now, that idea is going to be stolen by every single detachment in Eastern Ontario and probably across the province. And of course, Robbie Dean. Sorry, I know I was over my 15 minutes. I apologize. I tried to rush it. But I am finished, pending any questions.
Well, we're not going to give you the bum's rush out the door. We appreciate your time and effort. Are there questions from council? Councillor Roussel, Councillor Keel?
Thank you, Inspector, for your presentation
Thank you,
tonight. I really appreciate it, and there's some great things that are happening for sure. I can't say enough in terms of having a victim specialist, being part of, Renfrew County Victim Services and seeing the amount of domestic issues and intimate partner violence throughout Renfrew County. It's definitely well needed. So thank you for that. I do have some concerns, and I just want to kind of list some of the concerns that I have. One of them being, in terms of the total crime rates, and I'm sure you're well aware in terms of how we rank towards, Ontario with an incident rate of 6,726 incidents per 100,000. Meanwhile, the Ontario average is 3,000. That's double. The violent crime rates, 1,727 incidents per 1,000 or for 100,000 people, where the Ontario average is 792. Again, well over double. Property crime rates in Pembroke is 4,999 incidents per 100,000 people compared to the Ontario average of 2,294 incidents. Double, over double. Clearance rates. So I don't know if people are that understand in terms of clearance rates are, but it's typically those individuals, kind of like the revolving door kind of an issue, right? So Pembroke's overall clearance rate for crimes is 48%, while the Ontario average is 40%. For violent crimes, it's 71%, higher than the Ontario average of 61%. And in property crimes, the clearance rate is 37% compared to the Ontario average of 30%. Back in 2020, I think it was 2020, Maclean's, I think we hit one of the top, unfortunately we did, in regards to one of the, considered with the highest crime rates in Canada as one of the cities.
11th.
11th.
I remember.
It's a shame. I think it just demonstrates the importance that we have in terms of building relationships with our municipal police force, utilizing things such as the Community Safety and Wellbeing Report. And I'm kind of disappointed in one sense that I don't hear a lot more about that particular report in terms of, identifying the issues that are associated with mental health, addiction, and homelessness. We have some big issues within the city of Pembroke in regards to crime and how we address these types of issues. And unfortunately, mental health, addiction, play into some of the stats that we're talking about today. I don't have all the solutions, but I'm hoping that we can see, based on the efforts of the police, is to try to see if we can reduce some of these rates. So I guess my next question would be associated with that, and in regards to manpower. And I think I asked you that same question the last time that you were here. Do we have a full complement of patrolling officers? Because some of the things that I'm hearing from some of our residents is that patrolling is lacking in our streets, and they don't see the presence in terms of the OPP on our streets. And I think it could be maybe even contributed or associated with just in terms of, the traffic stops, a minus 35%, minus 32% in traffic stops. That could correlate to a lot of different things. Are we seeing the officers out doing their patrols so they have the advantage in terms of making that traffic stop? Or are they busy with, I guess, higher or more violent crime, property crimes, instead of addressing some of the issues that we have in terms of patrolling our streets? And the reason I say that, psychologically, if you don't enforce the small things, right, what happens is that things of a greater nature get out of hand. And I've seen it firsthand in regards to, not coaching individuals or providing, and really a speeding ticket is a coaching opportunity in some cases, right, to slow down. You know, if we don't provide that opportunity, then, you know, it says to our community that we really don't care and that, you know, it's open for business for crime and, you know, other types of activities. I think that's my big concern. You know, we talked about traffic stops. We have red light cameras in Ottawa that are, you know, bringing in revenues over $1 million for one camera. You know, we have issues in regards to, you know, ATVs utilizing, you know, our trails. We have, you know, various different activities that are happening that I think that we really need to kind of see more presence, which I'm really pleased to hear that there's going to be like some consideration in terms of like bicycle campaigns and those kinds of things and ATV campaigns. But I think we can do better. I think we have to do better. Just looking at those stats, and I'd hope that, you know, if this is something that you need to address these types of issues in terms of resources, that you will come to the council, because I do think we need to really look at how we're going to strategically attack these issues, which are identified in our community safety and well-being report. So I'm looking forward maybe from the police board to provide us a little bit more information in terms of how they're going to utilize that information and to make some of the changes that we're seeing in regards to the crime rates and improving not only the rates, but also the image that we have at the city of Pembroke. A lot of people, you know, a lot of people here use social media. You always see somebody posting that, oh, I would never live there. I would never, ever go downtown. It's unsafe. There's all kinds of different things that are being communicated about our community. Some are true, some are not true. But I think it's a perception, and I think we got to, you know, nip that in the bud and really promote our city as being one that is safe and that, you know, that we're looking out for each other and utilizing all the resources possible to ensure the safety of our residents and the individuals that come here to visit. So I do applaud you for your efforts, but we still have a long way to go, and I would like to see, you know, a little bit more in terms of patrolling of our streets. Also, I've heard numerous instances of individuals requesting services with really no post-response follow-up, nothing at all. So what that tells people is that, 1, did they go? 2, do they care? 3, maybe I don't bother reporting it. And that really does us a disservice. It might keep our crime numbers down, but we still have those issues. And I can give you 4 or 5 different instances.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see that, because I don't know of any incident where an officer wouldn't be calling someone back. We don't do that. There's a call for service that's logged, and it's assigned to the officer, and it doesn't go away. So we'll follow up on that one.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Kale.
Well, I'll start with one. I filed an online complaint during the last municipal election that on 1 yard my election sign kept disappearing. No one ever got back to that. Now, you might think it's nothing, it's a $5 sign, but I did file a report and nobody followed up on that one.
You can send me the occurrence number and I can tell you what happened with it.
But I don't think it's all doom and gloom. I'm actually surprised. I was actually worried when I heard you were gone, because I thought you might have moved on to bigger and better things. So I was on the police board when the inspector first came in, and the breath of fresh air that was. I mean, Inspector, you're using computer stats. You're using new ways of looking at things. You're always looking to progress with how policing is done, which I think is so admirable, that I actually do wonder sometimes why you're still here with us and haven't moved on to bigger and better things. I think every local police officer that I have met has been incredibly hardworking, and well, maybe not every one of them, but almost every one of them has certainly been incredibly hardworking, And I'm, I'm thinking of incidents that I myself have engaged them with. There are some issues that I think are going to be beyond the control of any police department. The reality of the matter is, and I'm not an expert in this, but I feel quite confident enough to say this, is when the economy goes down, crime goes up. And I think it's been doing that for probably hundreds of years. So when you mention some of the petty crime going up and some of the drug crime going up and whatnot, I'm assuming there's not an economic downturn where that wasn't the case. So that doesn't excuse the people that are doing it, but I hope for people that are wondering what's going on, that they do understand that that's probably more of an economic reality than a policing reality.
Yes.
And with respect to locally, I couldn't be more happier to hear that we're, in theory, entitled to a few more officers. I think when the OPP first arrived, one thing that I remember a lot of people saying is, "Oh my, we now see OPP cars everywhere," where we didn't necessarily see that with the Pembroke Police. I think that perception, I don't want to tell you that it, in fact, has dropped off. I don't follow your officers around. I don't know that they're not still out on the road. I think the perception, though, isn't as positive as it once was, and I think Councillor Purcell is correct, because I am hearing a lot of negativity from the public about the policing, from business owners downtown. But I'm going to go out on the limb, and I think some of it is perception. I don't think it's all reality. There are areas that I think we certainly could improve in, and it sounds like the OPP's already recognized that. Some areas that I think I have personal concerns with, I still remain personally concerned with courthouse security, and I can honestly and openly tell you right now, the judiciary has concerns about courthouse security, the staff at the courthouse concerns about courthouse security, and your special constables at the courthouse have concerns about courthouse security. I hear it from everybody at the courthouse. They don't think there's enough officers there.
There's not.
And
If I can interject.
sure.
Part of
ahead.
that staffing model includes special constables. Includes, I just mentioned the constables because that's what people want, boots on the ground. Part of that is also special constables. I know there's not enough there.
When it comes to the drug issue in town, that one for me is a mix of reality and perception. I know and some of the senior councillors around this table might have been able to stop me before I said something, but I said, well, it's a problem all across Canada. To which the concerned citizen then snaps back at you and says, I don't care about the rest of Canada. It's still not being dealt with here. And you go, oh, shouldn't have said what I just said. And I'm not going to name any particular streets or whatnot, but I know in a couple cases, frankly, it has been dealt with quite successfully, and there's some neighbors that are in fact quite happy. I know in other cases, I know you're doing your job because they call and tell me that they've seen police there, but nothing happens. So that too, in some cases, might be a bit more hand-holding with the neighbors so that they know how the system works, that you are staying on top of it. But some of them feel literally powerless and, well, not powerless as they've given up hope, frankly. And so I think, again, there's mixes of perception and reality. But I'm going to end this by reiterating my point that I think we have an exceptional asset in our OPP. I don't think that people realize how important it is for you to be able to pick up a phone and have different officers, different units, a helicopter if we needed one. I think maybe people have gotten comfortable with the OPP locally, and they shouldn't, because this is one of the best assets, and I think one of the best decisions the city of Pembroke has made in the last couple decades. Your leadership, I think, is truly exceptional. And I say that from having sat for a few years with you at the Police Services Board. Even the analytics and stuff that you're sharing tonight, that it doesn't surprise me that you're asked to go elsewhere and share that, because I'm a firm believer in positive policing. I'm so happy to hear that you're getting back into most of the schools. I have no earthly idea whatever possessed the schools to think that having police officers going in for positive meetings, positive policing, could ever possibly be a bad thing. I think that's the most ridiculous decision that they ever made. I'm glad they're reversing course on that. Generally speaking, I do think you're doing a great job. I don't think you would say that there's not areas for improvement. Overall, I'm happy with the policing that we're getting here in the city of Pembroke, and I think again, I think with some changing perceptions, I think the residents would be as well.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Fernier.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming tonight, and it's a tough job being a police officer. Many people realize that, and they tell me, and you put your life on the line, and with the breakdown of the social fabric sometimes in community, you have to deal with a lot of stressful situations. So I commend you and your colleagues for that.
Thank you, sir.
Once again, I want to thank, on behalf of the mayor and I, and the Community Watch Committee and volunteers. I think we're going on 5 years now that we had that meeting at the fire hall, and we've expanded to the whole waterfront. The PBA is involved now, all of downtown. The signs are up, cameras are up. We have another certified location, new one in Johnson Meadows near the fire hall, and just goes to show the partnerships that we developed. And we had a great meeting on October 2nd. Constable Peever was there with another colleague, answered some very key questions. And then our next one is April 29th at the fire hall. So that's the type of partnership that grows, and it's only part of the recipe, but it is part of the community policing. So I want to thank you again for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fernier.
Yeah, I'm not going to say everything that's been said. I presently sit on the Police Services Board, and you certainly know that I admire our service, and I think it's enforcement with empathy, which is long needed. And when you say about the transition, the old police to the new police, I mean, the fisted, get out there and get them kind of attitude is gone.
Yes.
And I just want to jump on about the schools. And that was one of my concerns when I first came on the Police Services Board, is why aren't we in the schools? Some of these children that are being raised, in an environment maybe where police are the bad guys.
Yep.
And it's like, don't talk to the police. If the police come, this is what you do. And, police need to be seen in a better light, much like our fire department, and that's really, I'm really happy to see that you are making headway into the schools.
Yes.
I'd love to see it in the elementary school as well.
All of them.
All the schools, that's awesome. Because, they should be just like one of your other first responders, an ambulance driver, a nurse. It should be no different. And so I just want to say I love what you're doing. This community wellness plan, I think you're ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
I think you're setting marks for other detachments to aspire to. I just want to jump on one thing about our community and how safe I think it is. I moved here at 17 years old from Toronto. I lived downtown. Police cars, ambulance, that was just part of, you didn't even hear it after a while. I moved here and I stayed here. I love this community. I still feel very safe in my community. The only difference might be I do lock my doors now because there are a lot of troubled individuals out there at night, maybe looking to get enough money, to steal something to get their next fix. And I hate to say it like that, but that's the reality. They're not intending to hurt anyone, but who knows what could happen in that kind of a situation. But, it is a sign of the times. I'm disturbed to think that maybe we're higher in stats, but I'd have to see that and what type of geographic area that is based on. I don't know. But I still feel safe. So I just want to commend you for everything you're doing, and I hope you never retire and you're always here.
No promises.
Thank you.
Thank you, Inspector. If I may, from the chair. I was very gratified to hear that the hospital visits are being reduced because you've got social care people, and which takes the heat off you to give you more, precision to do other things that you're supposed to do as police officers. I think that's very positive. I have seen police presence everywhere. I'm a little nervous when I drive now because I drive everywhere. But everywhere I go, I seem to see a cruiser going somewhere, or I see a cruiser pulling somebody over and giving them a ticket with the siren and the light going. Or just this past week, I saw an incident on the main street where there were 3 patrol cars, and I don't know what was happening, didn't stop to ask, but an individual was being apprehended and handcuffed. So obviously there was a reason. And so, to hear that you don't see you, I see you. I'm all over. And I know, you're not trying to entrap people, but I think you're trying to show your presence is there. You have limited resources, as you said. I think you're trying to do the best you can with what you got. And as Councillor Purcell said, there's no reason why we can't raise the bar a little bit and do a little better if we have to. But you can only do that, if you've got the people to help you. And the crime rates across the province, they vary from city to city. And it depends on where you are strategically. This could be a drug run from Montreal to North Bay. I've been told that. So, there's a lot of extra activity that may go on here in this small community that you may not get in the Muskokas, or you may not get in the Kawarthas. So, those are some of the things I think you have to look at. But anyway, one final thing. I just finished reading a book, Inspector, was called 419. It talks about, it's a Canadian author who won the Giller Award. His name is Will Ferguson. If you want to have a good read, it talks about fraud and how computer fraud offshore, they get to know you as a person. Councillor Fernier, Councillor Purcell, they'll do research on you for a year. They'll know who you are, your children's names, if you have grandchildren, where they go to school, what bank you go to, what kind of a vehicle you drive. So they've got the information on you. When they call you, it's very legitimate when they're talking to you, and it's pretty hard to dissuade them. I'm sure you deal with them. So, again, these people are fraudulent, and they're called 419ers because they're the top of the heap. They're not the guys that are not professional. They do their research. And, just watching the CTV news recently, where people have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in their bank accounts, I'm just saying, you said it yourself, and the OPP said it, be cautious. Somebody phones you, who is it? Be cautious. So thank you for your report.
Thank you.
And I know, we use the resources at hand, as the military says. And if you haven't got the resources, you do the best you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Anything else, Inspector? No?
I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to present. And
Very
like I
good.
said, this is going to be a great year for the
Community policing, that's what it's all about. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Under new business, Council will proceed. We have a street renaming request to be presented by, is it Mr. Hutton or is Ms. Sorial joining us this
No,
evening?
Colleen will be presenting online.
Okay, very good. Welcome, Ms. Sorial.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
Committee direction is required for the following. Staff is recommending that Fred Blackstein Boulevard be renamed to First Responders Way at Mr. Blackstein's request. A notice would be sent out to all property owners within 120 meters of this roadway if directed by council. And finally, if directed, a bylaw will be prepared for the March 5th council meeting. So a request has been received from Mr. Blackstein to change the name of Fred Blackstein Boulevard to First Responders Way effective May 1st. Fred Blackstein Boulevard is the street along the waterfront which connects Albert Street to Alexander Street. And Mr. Blackstein has indicated that for almost 25 years, he's been honored to have this street bear his name. However, he has no family in the area, and he feels a more relevant name would be the First Responders Way. And he also stated that this would be the only street in Canada that would recognize first responders. Mr. Blackstein has spoken to the Pembroke's fire chief, to the OPP inspector, and Renfrew County's chief paramedic, and all are supportive of this request. There is a suggestion made that to move the existing Fred Blackstein Boulevard signs to each end of the waterfront boardwalk, and according to Mr. Blackstein, that could be done at no cost. Pembroke City Council approved an asset naming policy in 2023, and this policy applies to the naming, renaming, or dedication of city assets, including the consideration of commemorative naming proposals and dedications. The policy states that council may consider renaming an asset, such as Fred Blackstein Boulevard, on an exceptional basis. The exceptional circumstance in this case is that Mr. Blackstein himself is recommending the street name change. There are no businesses or residents on this street. However, in our asset naming policy, the policy requires that all Pembroke property owners within 120-meter radius would be given notice. And within that 120 meters, there are only 4 property owners that would be given notice, and they would be given 20 days to comment. Also, Renfrew County's 911 system would also have to be notified of the proposed change. So as part of our asset naming policy, we created a matrix so that we could rate whether this would warrant the change or not. And according to the rating system, many of the criteria required by the policy are met to rename the street to First Responders Way. This new name would meet the selection criteria as it portrays a strong positive image of the city. It highlights and promotes recognized associations and honors their contributions. It demonstrates excellence, courage, and exceptional service to the city and the province. And first responders have risked or given their lives to save or protect others. Therefore, based on the high rating and with the full support of Mr. Blackstein, it's recommended that Fred Blackstein Boulevard be renamed to First Responders Way. In regards to financial implication, 2 new street signs would be required at a cost of no more than $200. There would also be required changes to the city's street map, and that there would be no cost to that because that would just be covered by the street mapping costs. But the new city maps were just recently received, so new maps would not be reprinted for at least 1 year to 2 years, depending on supply. So I'm looking for your direction this evening.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Keel, Councillor Plummer, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to say this might come.
Your Worship, I had Your
Oh,
Worship
sorry.
first. Or did you want to speak, or were you just waving at me?
No, I wasn't just waving at you, but I thought someone was ahead
No,
of
go
me.
ahead.
Oh, okay.
I got you, Keel, Plummer, and
Okay.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I must say that when I received this email towards the end of January, I was surprised at first. I shouldn't be surprised. Anyone that knows Mr. Blackstein knows, the caliber of individual that Mr. Blackstein is. He's, as it says, he's a recipient of the Order of Canada, but the fellow, his name precedes him when you talk about Pembroke. When you look at, just examining in terms of safety, the fellow drives around his vehicle and is always ready to respond to different things, is at our emergency events. Anyways, I can't say enough about Mr. Blackstein, so it surprised me when I saw it, but again, it shouldn't have surprised me. Certainly, I would wholeheartedly support what the request is to rename that particular street to First Responders Way and to relocate the signs, because I don't think we should lose sight of Mr. Blackstein for years to come, and so I would make that particular motion.
Motion on the floor by His Worship, Councillor Keel. Seconded by Deputy Mayor. Councillor Keel, Councillor Plummer.
So on its face, it looks like one of those things that you would think everybody would just support, but I'm not going to, and I hope council will hear me out on this. Obviously, I have absolutely no issue with our first responders. I think all of us respect them deeply, and they should be respected. But I don't understand the fit with this particular location. And so certainly when you run through the matrix as to whether or not they're deserving, well, obviously, our first responders would be deserving of any road renaming, of any bridge, of any building, of any park. our veterans would be the same thing. Of course, you could rename anything in a city after a veterans group because, likewise in the community, they're just as universally deserving as everything. But when it comes to our waterfront park and marina, I don't see any fit with first responders. I don't know of any history there. I don't know that when I think first responders, I think of a marina or a waterfront park. And I don't know that when I think of a marina or waterfront park, I would ever think of first responders. I note that we have International Drive, which actually has, one, no international component to it, and number two, has both our fire department and our police department on International Drive. If someone from the public, or if our fire chief or our police inspector was to come with me and say, have you ever thought of renaming International Drive First Responders Way? Not only would I have said, of course, dedicating something to our first responders is worthy and of such dedication, but at least that road would also have a fit to me. There would be some sense to it. So it's I hope no one takes this as a slight against any first responders. I don't see the connection to the waterfront. And I know someone might bring up that through Mr. Blackstein's effort that we just dedicated a waterfall at the marina to our first responders, but that's one new this past year element to the entire marina and waterfront. So there is already a dedication down there. So I'm opposing this not because I don't think our first responders are valuable, not because I don't want to dedicate anything in their name, but simply because this one doesn't necessarily have the fit for me. And I appreciate Mr. Blackstein is making the request himself personally, but again, I think under our policy or whatnot, we don't. I think historically the city hasn't let any one person rename things. I think that precedent is more set with developers or whatnot, but this one for me, it's all about the fit. And I just don't see that fit here. I think we could instead, as part of our reconciliation efforts, we could be looking at our local Algonquin community, given that the waterfront is with nature and the river and whatnot. But I'm missing the fit here. But I look forward to hearing the debate around the table.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. Councillor Plummer, Councillor Fernier, and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Keel, I don't think you could take the words out of my mouth. I think more just. I literally wrote down, where's the connection? And again, I don't have anything against first responders or how this is being presented. I just feel that there's a connection here that maybe we should look at through the Indigenous groups. Maybe there should be a committee set up where they could come up with a name that really connects, the Pembroke waterfront to something. We did, this council implement a land acknowledgement just to, in fact, acknowledge that this land sits on unceded territory. This may be a prime opportunity to help increase build more relations with our Algonquin neighbors. So I wouldn't be supporting the changing the name to First Responders Way, just because I don't see the connection, as Councillor Keels stated earlier. But I would, as he brought up a great point, we have 2 buildings out in the industrial park that may be an area that we could, if we really want to honor our first responders, that may be something we look at, a name change in that area. But certainly on this instance, just changing Fred Blasting Way to First Responders Way, I wouldn't be supporting that. I think there's other opportunities, or we could certainly set a new opportunity to include more groups in this discussion. Thank you.
Councillor Fernier, then Deputy Mayor.
Well, interesting. My original opinion was that sign naming was not an inherited, tribute. It was something that City Council went through a list. You know, we selected one that was best suited. However, given the tremendous contribution that Fred Blackstein has made to the waterfront, not just the waterfront, the entire city of Pembroke, he has always been our first responder. Anytime we needed him, he was there. And sometimes he was there before we even asked him. So in a sense, he is our first responder. And so I see that connection. You know, so what better way to match it in his honor? I mean, he's humble. He doesn't really care. At first, he didn't care if it was put back up. But, I mean, I like the way of keeping his name down there because that is his legacy, and it doesn't matter. Maybe he will have a family member visit, you know, many, many moons from now, and they'll say, you know, that was my so-and-so, my great-uncle, or whatever. But he is our first responder. And so what better way to give him a tribute and to be part of his legacy is that he was behind that first responder way. And we would be the first community to name a street. And, you know, the connection, and as Councillor Keel said, like the water feature was placed at the waterfront as a meditative place for first responders and people suffering from PTSD. And it is a very relaxing place. And that whole waterfront really is a place of recovery. I mean, there's yoga down there. You know, a lot of individuals just go down there because maybe they don't have a backyard of their own. But, you know, it's a hub. So I just think, you know, it's worthwhile thinking about it. And I know maybe it isn't on the way to the paramedics, garage, or it's not on the way to the fire station. But it is a place where a lot of people go. And everyone who goes and sees that sign is going to say, wow, you know, Pembroke is paying tribute to our first responders. And we've just come through a pandemic. So you are saluting our nurses, our paramedics, our fire department, our police. And I mean, there's other positions too. People that maybe just go help someone on the street. And, you know, we're in such a time of, crises that it just reminds everyone that there is someone there that cares for you. So that's all I'm going to say. So, I mean, normally I would say no, because that's not the role. I mean, if he doesn't want his name there, that's fine. But, you know, we can make our own rules here. Come on, you know, this is one of the few privileges we have. And, you know, I think, well, this, but, you know, maybe it isn't following our sign, you know, protocol about going through a list. But I just think it's the right thing to do for a tribute to a man who's asking something very selfless. And that is to pay tribute to people that have given their life, sometimes given their life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Purcell.
This is a special occasion, special situation where Fred Blackstein, who's done so much for our community, is requesting this. And if you read his letter, he says, there does not appear to be a single community in Canada that has done so for first responders, to name a street after them. For over 4 decades, I've been privileged to volunteer alongside our first responders, and we'd be delighted to see the first street in Canada finally dedicated right here in Renfrew County. Speaking as myself as Deputy Mayor, I think it would be a unified gesture across the county of Renfrew to have this here. Pembroke is the seat of the county. It's the head office of the county. And what better place to have it at the waterfront? The paramedics go there to relax, eat their lunch, the wounded warriors. A nurse goes down with her family, or a firefighter, and says, look, there's a street dedicated to us at the beautiful Pembroke waterfront. Perfect location. The other thing is that it's Fred Blackstein, you know, for him to do this, I've never met probably a more humble man who's done so much for our community, and he wants to rename the street. His name will still be along the boardwalk. I spoke to Fred, and after I got, you know, found out about this, and he said he went to the OPP, the acting detachment commander, Ms. McNeil. He talked to Mr. Nolan at the paramedic and Fire Chief Sell. And he says they were beyond words. One of them nearly had tears in his eyes to say that this man is going to, he put in a request to the city of Pembroke to rename a street after first responders. And especially echoing what Councillor Frenier said, especially after COVID, where first responders came to the forefront for all they do. So I think it's an excellent opportunity. May 1st is First Responders Day, and I fully support the request.
Thank you, Councillor Purcell, and then I'll speak from the chair, and then we'll call the vote.
Thank you, Chair. I echo the sentiments of both our Deputy Mayor and also Councillor Fernier. I think, that Fred is a very special gentleman. He's done a lot for this municipality, in fact, Renfrew County as a whole. Very respected, has done wilderness response and emergency response for as long as I've been around, and probably even longer. I know that he worked closely even with my father-in-law, God rest his soul, where there was issues in providing rescue, and the only way that they could actually make communication was through various different radio systems. So VE3 HPJ was my father-in-law's handle when it came to ham radio, and he would actually echo some of the information and provide those resources in regards to support. So when I see a first responder way, in terms of identifying and acknowledging and honoring veterans, nurses, doctors, and our traditional first responders, such as our paramedics, fire, and police, I think it's very, very important. I understand where Councillor Keel is coming from and Councillor Plummer, but in the same token, if you go to the county building, you'll see that there's the Truth and Reconciliation garden that was put in place on that very street as well. International Street, right at the county building. So I think, there's an opportunity to kind of look at, meeting his wishes, and they are his wishes. And I think that I would support this wholeheartedly and 100%.
Thank you. If I may, I'll be short. I was on council when the name was dedicated to Fred Blackstein, much to his chagrin. He did not want that. But council insisted because of all the work that had transpired with the waterfront, not only Fred, but his wife Barbara as well, and that core of volunteers he had, kids from the West End screwing nails into the boardwalk, taking ownership of that to make sure there's no damage. All those little things came into play. And I know, as the deputy mayor said, he's a humble person. And as, many psychologists will say, Skinner, Probeloff, Jung, they talk about water and its healing properties and how water, an ionization of water, changes how a person feels. So this is why this waterfall, if you're sleeping by a babbling brook somewhere in the forest, the odds of you falling asleep are much greater than you sleeping beside a bus terminal or hearing a fire siren going by. The odds are better, but that's because of the change in the ionization of water that provides a soothing effect to the human psyche. That's a medically proven fact. So I've spoken to some of the folks from the base, 4 people during the dedication who were from Afghanistan, who had suffered PTSD, were in the recovery mode, and they told me what that meant to them as people who had been in 2 or 3 tours of duty on behalf of us. I met 2 chaps that I had met. Actually, I was in Kosovo in the year 2000, who I met, who had been there in a full tour of duty. I was only there for 14 days. And trust me, what I saw in 14 days would rattle you. They were there for 6 months up to a year. I can't understand what they experienced. So they also said, this is a place of peace. We come here with our families, not just them, with our families to listen to nature, to listen to water, and just to be quiet. And for that purpose, I'll be voting in favor. I'll call the question. The motion's on the floor that the name be changed to First Responders Way. Is that the correct name, Ms. Sorio? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Those in favor? Against? The The motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Soriel. Short-term rentals. Mr. Hutton, item B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you're all aware, at the January 2nd, 2024 meeting of this committee, and at the request of the Planning Department, you provided direction for staff to research and report back on potential options for addressing short-term rentals within the City of Pembroke. I have provided you with an example definition in your reports for a short-term rental and/or they're also known as short-term accommodations. 3 general options for addressing short-term rentals have been explored by staff, and I will be presenting to you tonight. The first option is for the prohibition of short-term rentals by the zoning bylaw, which is essentially maintaining the status quo. So presently, the city's zoning bylaw does not explicitly address short-term rentals, and as I told you at the previous meeting, the Planning Department to date has interpreted and enforced that as short-term rentals are not listed as a permitted use under any zoning within the city, that they are therefore prohibited by default within the entire city. A legal opinion was sought in December 2023 regarding this interpretation. The legal opinion provided a case from the Ontario Land Tribunal, or the OLT, that supports this interpretation. However, the legal opinion also noted that the court system is not bound by an Ontario Land Tribunal decision. Now, should committee direct that short-term rentals continue to be prohibited by default under the zoning bylaw, it would be recommended that at minimum, the zoning bylaw be amended by the addition of a definition of short-term rental, but that said definition not be added as a permitted use under any zone. While many municipalities across the province of Ontario are currently moving towards more directly addressing short-term rentals, this approach has been used to date in a number of small to mid-sized municipalities, including the town of Arnprior, the city of Brockville, the city of Cornwall, the town of Midland, and the town of Renfrew. This approach strongly addresses concerns that short-term rentals reduce long-term housing stock amid a housing crisis, as well as any concerns of nuisance. This approach would have minimal impact on costs, resources, and staff time. The first one of the 3 options is the option for prohibition. The next option, regulation of short-term rentals by zoning bylaw. Should committee wish to permit short-term rentals within the city of Pembroke, this is the first of the 2 general approaches that have been determined by staff. This option can be viewed as a middle ground or a compromise in that it would allow for short-term rentals as a permitted use in certain zones within the city, subject to detailed short-term rental provisions being added to the zoning bylaw and being able to be met. But the city would not enter into the business of licensing short-term rentals. The short-term rental provisions in the zoning bylaw would be enforced as any other zoning bylaw provisions are, which is by the Planning Department on a complaints received basis. And for example, bed and breakfast establishments and home-based businesses are currently handled this way. I have provided you in your reports with a list of recommended short-term rental provisions. I will not read them all out, but a key one is that the short-term rental operator must reside on the same property upon which the short-term rental is being operated. So this option would allow for the city of Pembroke to enjoy the potential benefits of short-term rentals, such as positive effects on tourism and the economy, without the burden of a licensing system, while also mitigating common concerns regarding short-term rentals, such as the reduction of long-term housing stock and nuisance occurrences. This option would have minimal impact on costs, resources, and staff time. The Planning Department is recommending this option. The committee direction be given to amend the zoning bylaw to add the definition of short-term rental, along with a set of short-term rental provisions to regulate and control these within the city of Pembroke. The third option and the second option for permitting short-term rentals is by the adoption of a short-term rental bylaw, which would be a bylaw to license and regulate short-term rentals within the municipality. This option has been taken by numerous municipalities across the province of Ontario, including the town of Huntsville, the city of Owen Sound, the township of Greater Madawaska, and the city of Kawartha Lakes. Many of these municipalities do experience significantly higher numbers of short-term rentals within their boundaries. For example, the city of Kawartha Lakes estimates there to be approximately 800 short-term rentals within their boundaries. This approach may be viewed as beneficial in these situations with such high numbers of short-term rentals, especially when coupled with the fact that many of these municipalities are significant tourist areas that we refer to as cottage country. As such, many of these short-term rental bylaws allow for short-term rentals without the short-term rental operator being obligated to reside on the same property. This, again, caters to cottages and other rural accommodations being used as short-term rentals. Now, to mitigate the lack of oversight of an on-property short-term rental operator, this approach utilizes a full licensing system, often with heavy requirements, such as an application and approval process that includes inspections of different municipal departments and a fee system to recuperate costs. As such, this option would have a maximum impact on costs, resources, and staff time. Multiple departments are typically involved in the licensing process, including building departments, bylaw enforcement departments, fire departments, and planning departments. In many cases, such as the town of Huntsville, a full-time staff member has been hired as a licensing officer solely to handle the new program. The planning department does not recommend this option, as we do not believe the relatively low number of short-term rentals within the city of Pembroke justifies the adoption of this relatively onerous system. And so as such, financial implications, just in summary: option 1, none at this time. Option 2, approximately $400 to place a notice of amendment advertisement in with Post Media. And option 3 would have significant immediate and ongoing costs. As such, the planning department is recommending option number 2, that committee direction be given to amend the zoning bylaw to add the definition of short-term rental along with short-term rental provisions to regulate and control short-term rentals within the city of Pembroke.
Thank you. The wish of council. Councillor Keel, Councillor Fernier, Councillor Plummer.
I'm going to start with a motion that council direct staff to proceed with option 2, including the specified regulations contained therein.
There's a motion on the floor. We have a seconder, Councillor Plummer. Further to speak to the issue, Councillor Keel.
So I'm in agreement with pretty much everything that Mr. Hutton said. It probably won't shock anybody that I would like to, deregulate the prohibition that we're doing. I think the city should be looking to be as permissive as possible, as opposed to prohibiting our residents from doing things that thus far don't seem to be causing us a great deal of concern. So obviously we don't have the numbers that I would expect to find in the Muskokas and the Kawarthas and in the big cities and whatnot. But I am mindful that a lot of those places that did fully open things up, they did run into issues with noise and other concerns when people were renting. I think by us opening the door to those people that live on site is a middle ground to those concerns that other municipalities have experienced, while at the same time allowing for short-term rentals. And we can always, deregulate further down the road if this ends up being fine. With respect to the licensing, to be quite frank, I don't even see us making the amount of money that the staff component would cost us. I wouldn't touch that one at all. So that's why I would also recommend that we proceed with option number 2. Open the door, let residents open their own properties to short-term rentals. And if down the road we want to open things even further, we can take a look at things down the road as we always are allowed to.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. Councillor Fernier, then Councillor Plummer.
Councillor Keel summarized it quite well. I will be supporting option 2.
Thank you. Councillor Plummer.
Yes, I'd support option 2, and as Councillor Keel said, we can open up later. That is my only concern with this bylaw, is how many are we actually putting out that's still making them technically not allowed based on the rental, because I know if we open up Airbnb, we can see that there's definitely a few on the in the area that I'm not sure if the owner actually resides in these properties, because some are renting the entire property. So I'm not sure where the owner would be hiding at that location. So that's my only concern with this, is just it's not open to up entirely. I would be supporting it to go step one, but I hope that if we hear that it's basically prohibiting some people from, running a business, or sense that this is we may have short-term rentals around the hospital where doctors are needed for monthlies and things like that. Well, maybe there needs to be a special case for those specific buildings to be zoned for short-term rentals, because I do know that there are rentals around, and people, just today I got a call for someone looking to rent a short-term for a few months, and then because a doctor's coming to town. So I certainly wouldn't want to prohibit or hinder those sort of events being rented. So I will support it, but understand that if there are concerns from the public, I hope it gets brought back up to open further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Plummer. Your worship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would support option 2 if for no other reason is the bullet that's talking about compliance with other applicable bylaws, and in particular it's the fire. You have individuals being invited into other individuals' homes, so while hotels and other establishments have checks from time to time by the fire department and so forth to make sure that it is safe, that the fire alarms work, that there's carbon monoxide testers and all that sort of thing. That's sort of, in terms of safety of the public, that's sort of where I'm coming at it. Question for Mr. Hutton. So at the last Tourism Advisory Committee meeting, we were talking about mat tax. So that, as I understand it, will be coming forward to council in the not too distant future for discussion purposes. What I'm curious about is if this council proceeded with a mat tax, and if this council wanted it to apply to more items, if I can put it that way, in addition to hotels, if they also wanted it to apply to Airbnbs and that sort of thing. I take it option 2, we really wouldn't know where they are if it's complaint-based. Is that fair?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So option number 2, that is correct. If should through other channels, if a mat tax is adopted, one of the provisions that can be added to the zoning bylaw is that they must register for the mat tax, which is generally done through, I don't know the full details of it, but each platform, Vrbo or Airbnb, typically controls the process of that. So we could, a provision could be added with our zoning bylaw provisions that specifically addresses being registered for a mat tax. But that would also be something that I believe Airbnb would be contacted for. Airbnb generally, from presentations we've seen with other municipalities, when Airbnb is permitted in the municipality, City of Vaughan as an example, if there are Airbnbs within that municipality that permits it, they have a requirement that the Airbnb operator have a mat tax number. So that's generally done through the individual platforms.
If I may, Mr. Chair, so I thank you for that, and I know at the, Councillor Frenier and I sit on the Tourism Advisory Committee, and it's, I'd say, preliminary stages in the sense of having discussion about it. Mr. McEwen is very knowledgeable about it, and we only got partway through it in terms of having a discussion. So I just want to make sure that, as other councillors are saying, we want to make sure certain things are, the door is open for later on having a conversation about it, that sort of thing, that door is open for that discussion. And then the only other item, Mr. Chair, is again, in terms of our procedural bylaw, the use of electronic devices.
Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I have the same concerns as Councillor Plummer, just when it comes to situations that the operator isn't present at the same property. And I'll give you an example. I know that Debbie Robinson reached out to me after the vacancy after my mother's death in regards to if we were interested in a short-term rental agreement with the hospital for a physician. So I'm just wondering, like, because I wouldn't be living at it, but I'm the property owner, at that time as property owner, that would prohibit the utilization in terms of that property for that particular reason. So I think that's my concern, is to make sure that we have provisions in place that we can look at exceptions to the short-term rental operator that's residing on the property at the time of the rental.
Thank you. Councillor Plummer?
I would like to make an amendment to the motion, removing the bullet of a short-term rental operator must reside at the same property upon which short-term rental is being operated, if the mover would approve.
So mover approve? Do we need to vote on the amendment? We'll just proceed. Mr. Otten?
Sorry, I believe Ms. Sorial has a comment.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Sorial.
I think that what we were trying to get at was that they had to be the primary resident owner. So they didn't necessarily, maybe they were going away for a few months, but they owned the house. We're trying to get away from companies that are coming into the community and buying up homes or units that are just for short-term rentals only. So if somebody lives there and I went away for a couple of months and I wanted to rent it for, a month, I could do that. So I would still be the primary resident. And I think, Owen, you had something like that in the definition.
Councillor Plummer?
If that's the way, I think the wording needs to be reworked, because this, at face value, it says short-term rental operator must reside on the property upon which the short-term rental is being operated. Reside means lived in, so I would definitely need a language buff for that.
Do we need to have that go back to staff and then bring it back forward with the proper wording, so we're all on the same wavelength?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could just ask for clarification, and if I could also just comment. Option number 2, when we looked at these options, we're trying to balance out the benefits of Airbnbs along with the concerns, because legitimate concerns do come from short-term rentals. And as Ms. Sorial stated, the idea with option number 2 is of having of the operator residing on the property is, you see in larger cities that a lot of large companies are scooping up properties to solely use as Airbnbs, and that reduces our long-term housing stock in the middle of a housing crisis. So I just want to emphasize that was the reasoning behind having the operator reside on the property, was to balance that out. In addition to that, I believe there would be far less, when an operator is residing on the property and there's an issue with the Airbnb, a nuisance issue such as, say, noise, garbage, the operator is living there and has an interest in the property as opposed to an absentee operator. So we were trying to balance out a couple of things there. But I will take committee's direction, of course, on if you would like, the staff can come back with revised provisions and a definition, if that is the wish of committee.
I think we can work through it and still get a vote today without going back for another month, because I think there are operators that want to continue actually license or use their properties without technically being illegal. So I would, as the amendment I wanted to make was obviously remove the short-term rental operator must reside on the property. Could there just be an added bonus that this property be owned by an individual, not a corporation? Would that, true to Ms. Sorial, would that alleviate, I guess, the staff's concerns about these corporations scooping up multiple units?
Ms. Sorial?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, I guess I could. It's just, I think what we were trying to get at is, if I owned a property in the city of Pembroke, I own it, it's in my name, then if I went away, then I could rent it out. So that would still be I could still use it as short-term rental as long as I owned it. So yes, if we put it in, it's the primary residence. So it's my driver's license would say whatever street I live on. And if that primary residence, if that's my primary residence, then I would be allowed to use it as a short-term rental if I went away for a month or whatever.
We have a motion on the floor. Can that motion be reread with the amendment, staff? I'm confused.
I believe what we want to say, according to what Colleen is saying, that the home must be rented out by the primary resident. Like, they must be the primary resident of this unit. They can't just own it, because they could live in another house in the city and just rent it out all the time too, just like a corporation would.
Is that what staff's recommending? I'm sorry, I'd ask
I think
staff.
that's what staff is
Councillor
recommending.
Fernier, I'd ask staff to clarify.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
But you're not staff. You're councillor. I asked staff.
I just did.
Well, thank you for being the chairman. Thank you. Carry on,
I
Ms.
thought you
Soriano.
recognized, I'm sorry, Chair, I thought you recognized me to speak.
No, I asked staff to elaborate. Thank you. That's okay. Go ahead. The motion. Do we know what the motion is for clarification? Because we had so much discussion.
You may need to clarify this for me as well, but what I have right now is that the Planning and Development Committee directs staff to proceed with option 2 with specialized regulations. And initially, I had removing the bullet for, of the operator residing on the property. I just need clarification on that.
Mr. Hutton.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. For clarification, Councillor Lafreniere's interpretation was correct. That was the intent of
Thank you,
staff.
Councillor Fernier. So we're going to vote on that this evening. Is that correct? That's what everyone wants to do? It's the will of council. We're voting on the general motion itself and the amendment.
Point of order, you vote on the amendment before you vote on the original.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gill.
Yeah.
So we'll vote on the amendment first. Could you please repeat the amendment so that all of council is clear?
That the Planning and Development Committee directs staff to proceed with option 2 with specialized regulations. And again, I needed clarification on that last part of the motion.
Go ahead, Councillor Plummer. You
I
have the
made the
wording.
amendment motion that we remove the bullet of short-term rental operator must reside on the same property upon which the short-term rental is being operated.
Thank you. So everyone's clear on that? Those in favor of the amendment as presented? It passes. The actual motion itself, does council want a reread of it, or do you want to just vote? There's been a request to read the motion as it stands, the original.
That the Planning and Development Committee directs staff to proceed with option 2 with specialized regulations as presented.
Those in favor of the motion as presented?
Point of information. So the amendment just passed, so I think the regular motion should be everything Nancy said, excepting that first bullet.
Yeah.
Because we just voted to remove the first.
Yeah,
bullet.
that's correct.
So we do not need to vote on the motion as such prior to the amendment being approved, based on the main motion, okay?
Now we vote on the main motion.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Those in favor of the main motion?
So just a
With
point
the
of order.
amendment. As amended. Against? Motion passes 6-1. Thank you. No further business before the assembly. Motion to adjourn. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to our Finance and Administration Committee meeting for February 6th. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the agenda? Motion by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Frenier. Those in favor? Carried. Approval of minutes from the Finance and Administration Committee meeting January 2nd, 2024. Moved by Councillor Giacono, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? Carried. Business arising from the minutes? Seeing none. New business. Our first item tonight, we welcome Chief Sell with his January 2024 Pembroke Fire Department monthly report. Welcome, Chief Sell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to first of all say or thank Councillor Fernier for pointing out the fact of what the police are trying to achieve. The fire department has been doing that for many years. So it's just reaffirming to hear that other agencies are trying to emulate or copy what the fire department is doing. So that made me quite happy to hear that the OPP are taking those steps. So for the month of January, our public education and prevention activities were slowly kicking off the year. We did conduct inspections at all of the community living homes in the city of Pembroke. We did conduct fire extinguisher training and fire safety training for 33 Algonquin College students. Our public safety messaging on Pembroke's Pure Country focused on the dangerous ice conditions. This winter has not been very kind for ice fishermen and outdoor enthusiasts, and the dangers that we're seeing on the river and lakes is quite bad this year, and we just want to remind everybody to ensure that they stay safe when they're on the waterways. We also continue promoting carbon monoxide safety, and we reinforce the importance of having a working carbon monoxide detector. On our social media pages, we celebrated employee achievements. We reminded our community members about the dangers of dried out Christmas trees, as well as we asked the community members for consideration of fire hydrants whenever they're clearing and removing snow. To acknowledge his hard work and dedication and professionalism, Firefighter of the Month goes to Acting Captain Kyle Zimmerman. Acting Captain Zimmerman has had an extremely busy month on the educational front, and you'll see that below, and his efforts are greatly appreciated by myself. The Volunteer of the Month goes to Dave Roach. Dave Roach has served as a volunteer firefighter for a number of years now, and Dave did respond to all the incidents and training sessions for the month of January. So all staff have been enrolled or completed NFPA 1006, Water and Ice Rescue Awareness. This is the first part in a three-step plan to ensure that we get all staff certified to a particular level. Now, we've been training to that level for numerous years. I could go back 15 years, we've been training to this specific level. However, now with the mandatory certification for the province, we will be certified hopefully by the early 2025, all members certified. But I do want to reinforce that we have been training to this standard for 15 years. I would like to congratulate Acting Captain Zimmerman, who successfully completed his NFPA 1521 Safety Officer exam. Acting Captain Zimmerman is also currently enrolled in a course on Parts 2 and 6 of the Ontario Fire Code. Firefighters Dunn and Roots have begun their online portion of NFPA 1041 Instructor 1. So this is the first prerequisite that leads all firefighters onto like Fire Officer 1 courses, Fire Inspector 1 courses. So this is the beginning of their educational train ride, I guess you could say. Acting Captain Andrews and Zimmerman attended a training session on electrical vehicles, lithium-ion batteries, and emergency response and fires. And firefighters Cahy and Troutman have begun NFPA 1021 Officer 1. Vulnerable occupancies and drills. So December was a big push for the platoon that does the vulnerable occupancy inspections and drills. So January is time for them to catch up and pursue some other inspection opportunities. The EOC hosted just training, in-house training sessions and departmental meetings for January. The association had a quiet month in January as they were planning for snow spree. Unfortunately, some of their big marquee events have been canceled due to the weather. But one thing that President Andrews did ask me to bring to council was he just wanted me to let council know that they are extremely grateful for the partnerships that they've developed with the Parks and Rec staff, and President Andrews wants me to let everyone know how grateful they are for everything that they do for the Firefighters Association. So training for the month of January is outlined. Now, January for our volunteer firefighters, January focuses on the self-contained breathing apparatuses, so our SCBAs, and we ensure that staff are proficient in the use of the SCBAs. So January is lots of evaluation and testing and signed off to the specific requirements for NFPA 1001 Firefighter 1. So we did do one inspection for recreational open-air burning in January. However, the inspection was conducted on the last day of this report. Payment was made on the next day, so you'll see that in the following month's report. So smoke alarm program in January of 2024, we tested 44 smoke alarms. 2 alarms were not working. We replaced 3 batteries, and so the 8 alarms installed, in reviewing those specific inspections, those individuals already had the alarms purchased, whether they were landlords or whether they were tenants or homeowners. They already had the smoke alarms purchased, so they just required assistance in putting them up while we were there. So it's nice to be able to provide that service to some of the elderly people and those that can't access those ceilings. So it's important that we do provide that service. Inspections and consultations, we conducted 158 in the month of January. Incident responses, so January was a very busy month for incident responses, and we responded to 48 incidents. Again, the dollar loss was 0 as we had no major fires. 4 letters of warning were issued, and we are still have 1 outstanding fine from 2023.
Thank you, Chief Sal. Questions? Councillor Frenier?
I just want to thank you for your report. I have something that came to me, and I can't remember if it was through another councillor. Anyway, I brought it to the attention of the Recreation Director, Jordan, and that was about the fireworks on Canada Day. I know that they work closely with your department. I guess you set it up, your department. Last year, I believe it was canceled because of the fires and the smoke, I believe. They're wondering if the fireworks are canceled for Canada Day again, it might be a good idea to move it to the Multicultural Festival, maybe, and have it, on the Saturday night. So I'm just mentioning it, and I think it'll come to you eventually. So I'm just putting that bug in your ear that maybe you could work with them and just sort of have that as a backup date, if it's possible.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. The Director of Parks and Rec does oversee the fireworks, and he coordinates that with the Firefighters Association. I play a very small role in that, basically just going over the safety plan and signing off on the safety plan. That's my role. So I don't have a lot of involvement, but I'm sure Director DeRoche will hear that.
Councillor Keel?
So through you, I certainly want to thank the association for their participation in Snow Spree. That was a lovely skate that was put on by the Firefighters Association. I know firefighter Beaupre spent a good amount of time in the bouncy castle, and he seemed to be enjoying himself with his grandson, of course. But I just want to thank you for that. The number of events that that your firefighters are at, and that are sponsoring and that are involved in, you know, you're working one of the toughest jobs. All of your firefighters are potentially putting their lives on the line, and then they're still turning up to local city events and spending entire evenings out in public. And I don't know how to thank you more, so I'll just keep thanking you every time I see it. With respect to the fires, I think so far we're seeing a success. I was wondering if there were any concerns now that we're into the winter months, and I know the hours, well, actually the hours got greater or whatnot. I'm just wondering, are we seeing any problems or whatnot, or are we still trucking along fairly well? Because I know the reason I ask is because council did say we wanted to keep a close eye on this for the first while to see how it goes, and so far I think it's a success. But what I think pales in comparison to what you think. I have had a couple family members that got permits. They I couldn't figure out who went to their properties, but one of them apparently could be a comedian. Both family members said you had the nicest firefighters showing up, and that they were easy to work with, and that it was frankly a very easy experience. So I wanted to pass that along as well.
So through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for your kind words. It's greatly appreciated, and I will ensure that the association does hear them. As far as the recreational burning, we haven't had any issues over and above what we've experienced before this bylaw came into place. In fact, I would say the nuisance calls are way down. I haven't put any numbers together, as it's still like in its infancy. I was going to try to wait for, you know, maybe a year's time and come back with a full report perhaps in September. But if you would like, I could bring something forward in maybe June, once things start to ramp up again. We are looking at increasing our awareness, like a public awareness campaign. You know, we're still seeing some individuals who are not informed as far as the bylaw goes. However, those numbers are lower than what they were in the past, and our approach of you know, like Inspector Neufeld said, not every time do we give a ticket. That approach still seems to be effective for us. So so far so good.
I certainly wouldn't. I think a 1 year, like, full-blown report would be perfectly fine. I'm fine with your top of head comments. That's really what I was looking for tonight.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Chief. Our next item, we'll welcome our City Clerk, Heidi Martin, to talk about the animal control bylaw. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This report is being brought before committee at the request of a member of council. Concern from a city resident was raised to the member of council regarding our animal control bylaw. The resident is dealing with a tenant who has numerous dogs in a multi-residential dwelling, which has caused issues for the landlord as well as the other tenants. The resident requested that the city review its animal control bylaw and consider placing limits on the number of cats and dogs in a dwelling. Further, staff have also been made aware of a situation at another multi-residential building where a tenant has numerous cats, and animal control bylaw enforcement officers have been involved. But that situation has also caused issues for the tenants living in that building. So our animal control bylaw enforcement officers, when required, our city bylaw enforcement officers in regards to property standards have been and continue to be involved in both buildings in the city. Our animal control bylaw officers have monitored the property, encouraged the residents to come in compliance, provided education, and have issued tickets for finable offenses under the current bylaw. Our bylaw does not limit the number of dogs or cats per dwelling, and nor does it define at this point what a dwelling unit is. The bylaw does provide, however, clear guidelines and regulations regarding the reasonable and safe care of dogs and cats and the enforcement of the bylaw. It is recognized that the number of animals in one household can provide one household can provide care for is always going to be very subjective. The size and type of the animal, the owner's capacity to provide care is key, and the size of the owner's property all play a role in how many animals and for whom it's possible to provide adequate care. If committee wishes to limit the number of pets for a person can have, the goal should be to find an acceptable limit that allows for the enforcement in accumulating situations while not penalizing the average owner. Excuse me. In order to determine an appropriate number, 22 municipal bylaws were reviewed of comparable sized municipalities. Of the bylaws reviewed, 9 did not place any limits on the number of cats or dogs per dwelling unit. Of the municipal bylaws reviewed that have placed limits on cats, the average was 3 to 4 cats per dwelling, and those that have limits on dogs, the average was 2 to 3 dogs per dwelling unit. There were 6 municipalities who listed limits of cats and dogs based on a combination of animals in that dwelling unit. Those municipalities averaged a limit of 5 animals with a maximum of 3 dogs per dwelling. One municipality provided no limits if the animals were spayed or neutered. 2 municipalities allowed 3 dogs in a single detached dwelling, but only 2 dogs per dwelling unit with 2 or more units. So committee will need to decide if they wish to limit the number of cats and dogs in a dwelling unit. And if committee wishes to proceed to limit the number of animals in a dwelling, they may wish to also consider a grandfathering provision that it be incorporated into the new bylaw. This clause would allow current residents who may have or more than the allotted number of pets prior to the adoption of the new bylaw to be exempted. However, if an animal passes away or is given away, they would not be permitted to replace the animal until the conditions of the new bylaw are met. Committee could impose additional stipulations, such as ensuring the pets are all registered with the purchase of pet tags. Placing the onus, another option would be to place the onus on the owner to seek an exemption for the new bylaw by permitting them to keep the number of cats and dogs on their premises, provided they register the animals and advise the city in writing of the number of cats and dogs on the premises, their name, current address, and phone number within 90 days of the date that the new bylaw comes into effect. This would require significant advertising to ensure all residents are aware of the change to the bylaw. And a third option that committee may consider is providing a period of time, such as 90 or 120 days, for owners with more than the allotted number of animals to make the necessary arrangements to meet the new conditions of the bylaw. So committee may wish to consider those 3 options. They may wish to consider limiting the number of animals in the dwelling, or they may wish to continue on with status quo. As far as financial implications, staff does not anticipate that the expanded scope of the animal control bylaw will add significantly to enforcement costs, because we're currently respond to dog and cat related complaints, and these types of complaints will continue to be the bulk of what we're called on to enforce. So the recommendation is that committee receive this report for information and discussion purposes, and if committee directs changes to be made to the animal control bylaw, staff to prepare a bylaw for a discussion at a future meeting. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the report and all the work you do dealing with the animal bylaw for the city. A lot of research went into that, so we thank you. I have Councillor Keel, then Mayor Gervais, then Councillor Plummer, then Councillor Frenier.
My recommendation at this point would be that we continue with the way things are. I think every city council should be very careful getting into regulating things, and I mean, if the issue is noise, I think based on your research, most places said you could have 2 or 3 dogs. Well, having 1 dog can create noise. So I don't know what having 1, 2, 3, or 6 does. If you have 1 dog that keeps barking, When it comes to the excrement from animals, again, one person not cleaning up after their dog in an apartment building, to me is just as bad as you know, if one apartment has one dog and another apartment has one dog and the other person has 4 dogs, if no one's cleaning up after themselves, I think the issue is the cleaning up. So I have all the faith in the world that our bylaw enforcement can get to the bottom of this. Both of these seem to be multi-residential buildings. I'm wondering, I'm wondering when the landlord goes to the landlord and tenant board, which one member of council and I were talking about this, and I was able to pull up some landlord and tenant board decisions where an eviction order was entered solely because of dog issues. So I know the landlord and tenant board can deal with that if the landlord's making the applications, and if the landlord's not making the appropriate applications, then the aggrieved tenant should be making their own application with respect to why they're having to live in the place that they're living in. So right now we're being told that there's potentially 2 problems in all of Pembroke. I'm not inclined to say that we should be introducing an entire municipal bylaw because of a couple situations. I'm certainly hoping that staff keeps an eye on it, and if because of this council meeting more people come forward or whatnot, if it's a bigger issue, obviously council should deal with it. But I'm not sure it's, again, I was thinking about my own dog and whatnot, and I mean, I have a Great Dane, and I mean, if he was choosing to bark all day while I was at work, it doesn't matter if there were 3 of him or not. That's the annoying part. So I think maybe we should focus on the actual issues. If it's noise, then maybe do we need to tweak our animal bylaw about noise? If it's dog feces and stuff, maybe we need to tweak our bylaw about that. I don't think the problem is the number. I think the problem is somebody not doing what they're supposed to, or a dog not fitting in a barking dog all day probably shouldn't be in an apartment building. So I don't think the issue is the number. I think the issue is the action or inaction. And if we want to look at that, I'd be prepared to. But I'm not prepared to, at this moment, to go down the route of numbering dogs and cats.
Thank you. Mayor Gervais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So similar to what Councillor Keel is saying is status quo. I've been on this council long enough to know that some individuals, I'm not saying all, but some ratepayers utilize city staff to get at other neighbors and so forth, and whether it's they're allowing some water to come on my property, they've got sticks in the backyard and I don't like the look of it, or any number of things. I know that there is one multi-res place in Pembroke that the landlord contacted me and said, can you have city staff charge me? And I said, okay, so you're the landlord? And he says, yes, and I understand I would be the one being charged because I'm the property owner. Why do you want the city to charge you? Well, then I want to take that and use that at the LTB. So I said, you want to suck the city of Pembroke into this particular matter, because now there's the charge, and now you're going to want someone from city staff to be a witness and so forth. So for the same rationale, a lot of reluctance. Yes, they can. I realize the landlord-tenant board, and unfortunately, I have one matter there right now, is I think broken to some degree in terms of how long it takes to get things through. But that is the proper mechanism. The proper mechanism is, perhaps the deputy mayor is interfering with someone else's enjoyment with his dog or what have you. Go to the LTB. That's where you should be, not hounding the city of Pembroke and utilizing our resources to address that type of issue. I understand that we have bylaw and we do our best, but we also know that we're very lean in terms of employees and so forth. And so for all of those reasons, I don't like the idea of walking into, okay, now we're going to start regulating. And then I'm left with, okay, so what are you going to do? Start doing enforcement? We have a hard enough time, I think, issuing tags for the individuals that do have animals and so forth. I don't even want to know how many have been issued thus far for this year, let alone, okay, now we're going to start monitoring that, and I'm going to keep picking on the deputy mayor that he has 6 cats, or what, you're going to start knocking on the door to check how many cats he has? Like, it just has issues that I just have, so I say status quo.
Thank you. Councillor Plummer.
Hey, Chair. I guess firstly, I have a couple issues with this. Firstly, to staff, how many hours did you spend on this report?
I would have to guess at that, but the research was, yeah.
Timely.
Took time. Yeah.
Okay, and Deputy Mayor acknowledged a lot of work, a lot of research was spent. My issue is that one council member can task staff with going down a rabbit hole of this, what we have here tonight. We've been told many a times that staff's time is very valuable. We are lean. I know that council members all have their own pet projects and want to they have things done. We all have, members of the public come up to us and have concerns. I think that this council needs to at least have a second person to say that if you have, have a seconder for your motion or for your idea to brought through before you go to staff, because that certainly seems that you could have some support. I'm not hearing any support, looking at head nods that anyone's going to even support this report. So I feel this has been a huge waste of staff time. So that's my first issue with this. And I'll certainly bring a motion forward at a future date that a single staff council member cannot task staff to go down a rabbit hole and spend hours researching a report that this council, frankly, has no issue of supporting. So I will not be supporting this, and there'll be a motion coming forward.
Councillor Frenier.
Through the chair. Well said, Councillor Plummer. You're a man of few words, but when you speak, we all listen, and you couldn't have put that more eloquently. This is a huge report. I often get concerns from residents. I've been around this table a long time, 23 years, and I often get people calling, this neighbor of mine, or this person has lost, and I usually I deal with it. I will call City Hall and I'll find out, can we do anything, if anything? Unless it's a lot of people coming to me with that concern, I don't think I've ever asked staff to do a report on anything of this nature. Usually it's add something to the agenda, but I've always been very mindful of their time. And usually, yes, I would discuss it with a couple of other councillors. What do you think? Discuss it with the mayor. What do you think? And then if everyone agreed, yeah, we would bring it to an agenda. But I agree. I agree that one councillor should not be able to just arbitrarily ask staff to come up with a report that is as timely as this. So I won't dwell on that, but thank you for saying that. I will not be asking for any action. I agree. I'm going to use your words, Councillor Keel, action or inaction. If someone, is blatantly, not picking up after their animals after they go out and this and that, well, that's a different thing. But I'm certainly not going to go ask anyone to find out how many animals are in that house. These animals are babies to some residents, that's their family. So I'm certainly not going to want to control if they're being cared for and they're following the rules. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell.
I guess the bigger question here is, I know we've been talking about what is the procedural bylaw in terms of how items get placed on the agenda for some of these committees. And I think there's some discrepancies and there needs to be some clarity in regards to, how some of these things do get on the agenda for discussion. So I think that's the root of the issue. And I think we need to kind of see those changes to the procedural bylaw that we've been talking about since, I guess, back of April last year. So I think there's an opportunity there. In no way do I want to get into numbering the numbers of cats and dogs and goldfish and Tweety birds and, whatever else that people, consider as pets and turtles and all kinds of different things. That's not the intent. I recognize that it could be, barking dogs and multiple barking dogs or multiple cats could become nuisances, especially in multi-dwelling situations. But again, that's not for us to regulate. I think it's something that I agree with the mayor in terms of there's a process that's in place. And I think that process needs to be followed, and I will not be supporting as well.
Councillor Keel.
Nothing about the animal issue, but to Councillor Plummer's points about the procedure, and Councillor Plummer and I discussed this earlier. Strangely enough, I think the mayor and I were having emails today on a similar topic. Staff time to me is exceptionally valuable. Not just because we run a lean ship, as the mayor says, but because I think almost every one of our staff have various hats and are doing different things. I do want to make sure that it's balanced, however. So Councillor Plummer and I were speaking that, maybe when you go to staff with something, you should have at least notionally a seconder, or, maybe depending on what department it is, maybe you should have to have the chair or the vice chair notionally there. So I don't want to shut things down, because we are the voice of the people. We are bringing things forward. One of the things that I pointed out to the mayor in my email to him today is one of the things that struck me when I first got here, and I'm not really relitigating an issue, I'm using an example, is I went to the CAO and I said, how do I bring forward a motion to freeze council pay? And council knows that was my first motion. And of course, Mr. Lapierre says, well, at the December meeting, you'll give notice of your motion, and then at the January meeting, council will vote on giving staff direction, then staff will go and come back with something. So for me to do something as an elected official takes at least 3 meetings. But when staff want to put something on the agenda, it's there. Respectfully, and I'm not denouncing staff, but I'm saying that doesn't make sense. Elected officials were sent here to represent the people. It takes me a month and a half to get somewhere, but staff can put something on the agenda. Like, for instance, this animal report. Council didn't ask for a motion for this animal report. And with all due respect, this has nothing to do with you, Madam Clerk, nothing at all. But if a staff member wants to get something on the agenda, I'm not sure what the internal process is, but it suddenly gets on the agenda. So I do agree that we need to look at the procedural bylaw, but for anybody watching, I know the CAO is already working on a new procedural bylaw. So there are some things that I do think need to be addressed. I want to be careful. I don't want us councillors being shut out. And, imagine if we did have to bring a notice of motion every time an issue came up. And so perhaps there should be some internal process where, when we put a request or an issue to staff, maybe it needs to be done in writing. Maybe it needs at least a second council member to be backing it. So I think there are some creative ways that we can do this, but I am worried about wasting staff time, because it is so incredibly precious. It is, our staff's time is probably actually the most precious thing that we have here at City Hall, because without the staff being able to work and do something, nothing gets done. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
Mayor Gervais?
Just to build upon, and then I'll let it go at that, because we'll be here all night too. One way of softening that or dealing with that, I know in terms of operations, because that's what I'm familiar with for the longest period of time, is that there's conversations with the chair and the vice chair with that particular department head, that particular director, and it's a two-way street. The director will say, this is something I'm thinking about working on, but do the two of you think I'm wasting my time, or do I go into that? And so to your point, there's two councillors either saying thumbs up or you're wasting your time, don't even go there. And so if that's happening with all the chairs and vice chairs meeting, and I realize underneath the former, I think it was the former council, sometimes I know Mayor LeMay felt frustrated because that wasn't always happening, but if it is happening, I believe that system also softens it or assists. And so it may be that, I don't know, the deputy mayor has something that on an operational point of view. So if he says it to the chair, then the chair and vice chair are meeting with the director, and it's like, okay, this is a concern that was brought forward. It's now having that discussion, and then it comes forward. If there is some sort of not decision, but at least two councillors are saying, yeah, that's worth looking at, or it's like, you're wasting your time, move on to this next thing because there's more pressing issues. So that does, in my opinion, soften it, but it only works if you got chairs and vice chairs meeting with that director. If that isn't happening, the system's broken. So, thanks.
Yes? No? So I'm going to speak here. This issue was brought to me a couple of years ago, and I was dealing with Miss Martin, talking to her about it. And I asked some questions, and she said she would bring it to council and write up a report. There was no ill content or ill-cited notion on my part to have her waste her time in city resources. She is the contact person for the animal control bylaw. She brings us numerous information and reports the odd time with spay neuter clinic, etc. So this was just built in. So at no time did I have an intention of wasting staff resources. And at no time was I told that, you know, this is a waste of staff resources. So it was brought to council, it's been dealt with, and now we know how council feels about it. And I think that's important as a community to get the issues on the floor. Thank you, Ms. Martin. So you have enough status quo? Thank you. Next item, we have our treasurer, Ms. Lodgestee. Welcome. On-demand transit discussion. I'm going to give the floor to the vice chair right now to come up, because I will be speaking on this.
Madam Treasurer, welcome.
Good evening, everybody.
We're doing a cruise.
Oh, good for you.
Looking forward to it.
1 week.
Next year we'll do Florida.
You ready to go, Madam Treasurer? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So council direction is requested on next steps for on-demand transit. So at the October 17th meeting of the Parks and Recreation Committee, staff was directed to bring back an estimate of cost for a public opinion survey and a transit planning study as possible next steps for a transit pilot project. So the city, in terms of a public opinion survey, the city did undertake one for the Aquatic Center with Forum Research, which cost approximately $30,000 plus HST. So while the actual cost would not be known until time of tender, an estimate of cost for a transit survey would be roughly $40,000. And it would be proposed that the scope of work for such a study include willingness to pay for a property tax increase related to public transit, fare price sensitivity in terms of how much to pay in terms of a base fare, and potential household usage of the service. For a transit planning study, again, the cost is unknown, but we would estimate anywhere from $50,000 to $75,000, including project management costs. And here we would look at defining the service zone, the operational characteristics, the key performance indicators of the service, the stop type, stop locations, design alternatives, number of vans, and estimated annual operating costs. So feedback would be required on whether to proceed with either of these two items, as well as the proposed scope of work. So one of the purposes of the transit planning study was to obtain additional information on potential cost, as well as an estimate of the number of buses required to operate a proposed service for the city of Pembroke. So in the meantime, the city has been able to obtain some additional information from North Grenville on their recently launched on-demand transit service, including costs. So I will go into that in further detail below. Two key things to keep in mind before I get into that. One is that the FCM Green Municipal Fund pilot project funding has been reprofiled and it will not be offered in 2024. So FCM will no longer be funding pilot projects in the new offer. So originally in the estimates, the city had expected to receive $500,000 to fund a pilot project. The other item to note is that I've recently been informed that the capital projects intake of the Rural Transit Solutions Fund will be closing on Wednesday, February 28th at 3 p.m. So they will continue to accept applications for planning and design projects, but not for capital projects after February 28th of this year. So both city staff, the CAO and the deputy mayor have reached out to North Grenville to discuss their recent launch of an on-demand service in their municipality. So this municipality sought to procure a municipal-wide on-demand transit service that would replace the existing accessible transportation service and expand transit access to all residents within the community. So they've been very forthcoming with information, and they're been extremely helpful, so a big thank you to the staff at North Grenville. And some key feedback from their experience is that prior to the introduction of an on-demand service, the residents did not have access to taxi services or Uber within the community. The Handy Bus service is merged and included with this new service, and the bus has been spec'd accordingly. They currently offer service with one bus with access to a backup, and that bus is gas-powered. This bus operator provides a completely turnkey service. So the operator provides the bus, bus backup, drivers, booking system, customer service, and collects and remits the revenues to the municipality each month. And buses are stored outside without a garage facility. So the municipality maintains a list of customers eligible for accessible transit, which may include door-to-door or support to and from the door. Other customers are serviced within a 400-meter walking distance from their home. So their service hours are based on a 4,550 hours per year, Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., and Sunday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And their fare is $5 a trip. They did first try to procure this with only a one-year term and did not receive any bids. Feedback from vendors was that the term length was not long enough and they required a longer commitment. So they did re-tender with a minimum 3-year term with an option to extend annually up to 7 years in total for the contract. And this second procurement process was successful for the municipality. So they have been able to provide us with a cost of service, and in addition to these costs, estimate roughly $15,000 in overhead for marketing, supplies, and insurance, which is provided in addition to their fare box revenue estimates. So again, this has been some really great source of real live information for an on-demand service, and I know our CAO has been in contact with North Grenville, and I believe has some extra information to add.
Yeah, through the chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Unruh.
And thank you, Madam Treasurer. So the mayor and deputy mayor and I met with the mayor of North Grenville, and again, I just wanted to echo what the treasurer had mentioned in regards to the great response that we've had from North Grenville, and I think that just in general, like municipalities are very much in sharing and providing RFPs and any kind of information, so that was really nice. Just a couple of the things that I wanted to highlight in regards to the discussion with the mayor. So one of the things that she was highlighting was that they wanted to really design the system to maximize ridership. The mayor expressed the importance of having a pleasurable ridership experience right from the start, because the last thing they wanted to do was have missed services or not a good experience. And so I think that really highlights the fact of, like, I know that the initial survey talked about 2 buses, but the input that we've received since then is that possibly that we go to 3 to 4 buses to service our area. So I think we should really take that into consideration when designing RFP if we choose that route. The mayor also expressed concerns in regards to the completely third-party aspect of the contract, that there was less of ability to pivot it and adopt to changing needs. So it really highlighted the fact that when we're designing the RFP, if we go that route, that we really take a lot of time in regards to, okay, what are we asking the contractor to do, in regards to accessibility. We got to make sure that it's all built into it, that say, a pickup of an able-bodied individual is not the same as a pickup time for someone that needs additional accessibility or is a door service. And so there's a lot of things like that Drew is mentioning that you have to really put into the RFP to make sure that that you have everything covered, because the contractor will only bid what's in the RFP. If it's not listed in the RFP, then it will be an extra afterwards. The other thing too that they were talking about was they only have 29 pickups on average. It's around 25 to 29 on a daily basis, but they were thinking that service is not being provided well with the one vehicle, and so they're looking at getting 2 vehicles, and that's only at 29. I think we're estimating that we'd almost double that. So again, gives you that scope of making sure that we have the right number of buses right at the start, so that we have a pleasurable experience for the users. And the other individual that I talked to individually was the Director of Corporate Services. So I know that it's highlighted that this is a turnkey system, but turnkey doesn't mean that there is no staff time. So I liken this to, say, the waste management contract that we have with Miller. It's a turnkey. They do they drive the trucks, they pick up the garbage, they handle all that. But in regards to staff time, it's usually between 8 to 10 hours on a weekly basis that we deal with complaints, following up on missed pickups, and the like of those type of complaints. And that's a system that is well established, and we've had for probably 20 years in regards to picking up garbage. So it kind of gives you the scope. So when I was talking to the Director of Corporate Services, she's the one that manages this, and she was estimating that there was lots of time spent with the consultant, 3 to 4 hours per week with the consultant, getting the RFP to a state, and that was between January to October. The contract was let in October, and then since October of last year, they currently do about 5 hours per week of staff time. And then just before launch, which was, I think, just a few months ago, it was really basically 2 weeks of dedicated time. So I just want to emphasize the fact that, what they experienced and what we would anticipate experience, it is a turnkey, but that doesn't mean that it's zero staff. And as everyone around the table knows, we're very lean. And, I talked to a couple of the directors today in regards to who would I be giving this to, and no one put their hands up and said, I have extra room. So, I think we'd have to strongly look at adding either a full-time equivalent or at least a part-time. I think that's all I wanted to highlight. I don't know if the mayor or deputy mayor had something to say in regards to those meetings, or we'll just continue with the report and it'll be drawn out.
Just one.
You want to proceed, Madam Treasurer, or?
Yeah, I can finish the report and then we can do roundtable after that. Okay. So the deputy mayor did propose a 1-year pilot for a fixed route, but we can skip over that. And that information is there in the report. Certainly, if we were to look at North Grenville's experience and try to forecast, what City of Pembroke's costs might look like using their costs as a baseline. Again, as the CAO mentioned, the question is how many buses do we really need? Our on-demand transit study suggested a 2-bus service. Following the study, we did get additional feedback that 3 or 4 buses might be required, with a suggestion to merge the handy bus service with the city to optimize vehicle use and overall cost. So while, theoretically speaking, merging the transit service under one operator could achieve greater cost and service efficiencies, since the city, if anything, would only be looking at, a pilot project, it doesn't, in my mind, really make sense to make a permanent service change on a possibly temporary project. So I wouldn't necessarily suggest that right off the bat if council was supportive of a pilot project. I think if the city was to permanently adopt a transit, it would definitely be something to look at down the road, but potentially not right up out the gate. If we do use North Grenville's cost and fare box revenue projections, assuming a minimum 2-bus gas-powered, a sample levy impact is below. So a 2-bus scenario using their hours with city estimated overhead, which would include stop maintenance, insurance, legal, advertising, promotion, and some upfront project management, but would exclude any potential staff implications, would be roughly a 3.4% levy increase. If we were to look at even some part-time staff, that would increase it probably up to 3.6% as an estimate. But again, the city would have to tender out and determine its own service hours to get a true measure of cost. But this does give you some indication of what a 2-bus scenario would look like in terms of a levy increase to the city, using some real costs that are out there in Eastern Ontario as opposed to some higher level estimates. So certainly there's a lot of different options on the table. We can look at, studying it a bit more, doing the transit, I can't remember what I called it now, the transit planning study. We could pursue a 3-year transit pilot project and issue an RFP. I would think that the soonest we would be able to get a service to start would be April 1st of next year. So any potential levy increases would be in the next year's budget. And I'm going to pass it back to council for further discussion and direction.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, comments?
So I have a question, and then I'd like to speak. So the 3.4% or the 3.6 of staff member, that's over 3 years, correct? Okay. So I have a motion, and I'm going to speak to it after I get a seconder. That moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ian Keel, that the City of Pembroke issue an RFP, request for proposal for an integrated on-demand transit service, excluding handy bus service, commencing April 1st, 2025, for an initial 3-year term with an option to extend for an additional 4 years. The RFP would be modeled similar to North Grenville, but include both gas or electric bus options for discussion. The hours of service would be Monday to Wednesday, 7 to 8, Thursday and Friday, 7 to 10, Saturday and Sunday, 8 to 6. This initiative would be supported with a 2024 budget of $60,000 for startup and consulting costs to be funded from the Transit Fund.
Motion on the floor, moved by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Keel. You've heard the motion. Discussion? Councillor...
You can speak to it. I made the motion.
You can, you wouldn't want to finish it off, Mr., to see what the other members have to say? You're okay with that? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So feasibility study clearly indicated a desire for transit in Pembroke. We have met many residents and stakeholders to discuss the need and want for a transit pilot project. So I have letters of support from the hospital, the Vice President of Clinical and Support Services, Andrea Patrick, Acting Director of Community Services for the county. We saw some emails this today. We've spoken to many people in the community. But how do we get there? How do we make it work? I had proposed a one-year plan from the West End Mall to the hospital, down to the East End Mall, back to the college, using the electric vehicle. That was before we met with North Grenville, because we only had 289,000. North Grenville was the turning point where we met with them, we got real costs. There are some glitches that they have. They have one bus now. They're picking up handy bus clients, and they're doing their own regular route. So they have to readjust the software to allow time for that. We would have two vehicles, and the handy bus would be still separate for their clients. Transit benefits of vulnerable, fixed income earners, youth, seniors, those who do not have a vehicle, and many residents in general. It lifts people up. It provides an opportunity for independence, confidence, and self-worth. It provides them a reliable, affordable mode of transportation, which can help them access employment, education, healthcare, and other essential services. Transit builds community. A transit system can benefit a community economically and socially. It can attract new residents, families, international college students, businesses, create jobs, reduce traffic congestion, and improve air quality. We, the City of Pembroke Council, staff, residents, and stakeholders, began this journey over 4 years ago. The plan was to always conduct a transit pilot project. A pilot project is the only real, valid, logical, reliable method to achieve due diligence, accountability, transparency, and responsibility in determining whether Pembroke can implement a sustainable public transit system. If we do not run the pilot project, we'll never know what could have been. We owe it to our residents to move our community forward via a 3-year pilot project. Eastern Ontario communities such as Brockville, Cornwall, Belleville have benefited from transit. They've seen an increase in ridership, reduction in traffic congestion, improvement in air quality. Transit has also helped these communities attract new businesses and create jobs. In meeting with North Grenville staff and council members, they indicated that the initial reaction to their on-demand pilot project has been quite positive. A public transit system pilot project in Pembroke would be a game changer. It boils down to what legacy does this council want to leave? What are we here for? What's the vision? We've talked about transit in the strategic plan of the last council. We've always talked about it here. I know during the election campaign, we all talked to a lot of people. I've heard from Councillor Purcell, Lafreniere, and Jacquino and Keel that transit, how do we make it work? We have the figures here, and this is not a done deal. We put up the RFP. We might get back larger figures than we can handle, then it won't go forward. But tonight we're carrying the file forward. The revenue can also be increased from college, international student passes, schools. I got a call from a guidance counselor at one of the high schools. Co-op students can't take taxi anymore. Don't have $5 million liability. I have another contact at the school board. They're looking at possible transit. Mental health, social services, advertising, even business sponsorship is possible to add to the revenue. So it comes down to moving the file forward. We have the data, and it's time that we do this. So let's get the wheels in motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Fernier, Your Worship. Councillor Plummer.
So, yeah,
So-
through the chair, Deputy Mayor's right. This portfolio has been in front of council, not just this council, but for quite some time. And I know people in the community will say, well, we had a bus service and it didn't work before, and you can debate that. It didn't work, and we know that. It didn't make money, but they had changed the route, and I do remember that. And it was not convenient, I'd say. Or sometimes you had to wait for 20 minutes, 25 minutes for a bus, so you could walk halfway across Pembroke in that time. So I do recall that. That being said, we talked tonight about times being hard in our community, and they are. And some of us are lucky to have 2 or 3 vehicles. And so we really don't understand the challenges of living in a community without a vehicle. Teenagers can't get to work if their parents don't have a vehicle. So what do? They sit on the couch play their video games, can't get a part-time job unless they want to walk a long distance. And in the summer, that might not be too bad. They can jump on a bike, but in the winter. So, you know, I often think of that. I know I drove my kids to work, you know, Pizza Hut, wherever they worked, and then I went back and got them at 11 o'clock, you know, whatever. A lot of individuals in our community don't have that luxury. And then there's something people don't think about. Right now, small businesses and the malls are all being affected because it's much easier to stay in your home and go on Amazon, order stuff, and it's free delivery to your door. If they don't have a car to go to the mall, it's a lot easier to stay home and order something online. So I don't know that everyone's thinking of that, but I thought of that. I still enjoy going to Winners or going to the mall or going wherever, but if it costs me $25 by cab, I'm going to stay home and I'm going to shop on Amazon. So that's the reality. So to get people moving in your community that can't get somewhere without a $40 return taxi trip, I think it's worth a try. And I'm looking at the price of a 3-year pilot project with 2 buses that could work. And I'm saying to myself, am I willing as a ratepayer to pay? So the first year says 67, so I don't know what home assessment price that is on, but let's double it, just for the argument's sake. I'm willing to pay $130 a year, just so those individuals don't have a vehicle, have access to a bus service, to try it for 3 years. It gets a little more each year. It'd be $180 for me approximately, but $90 for some households the second year. And then it would go up to $93 for some, maybe $180 for me, depends on your assessment. But I am willing to spend that money to make sure that those individuals can get to our pool once it's fixed. You know, the kids can get to the pool. They can get where they need to go. We have services that some cannot even utilize because they can't afford to take a cab. So that's my sales pitch. And I know some naysayers will say, oh, I don't want to pay. You know? Well, I am willing to pay. And I'm willing to represent those individuals that are not going to reach out to each one of us because they won't, because it's not in their nature. They'll just sit there and say, oh, well, I guess I'll just settle for staying home.
Thank you. Your Worship, Councillor Plummer, Purcell, and then Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to go back to and to build upon what the CEO indicated, so certainly this municipality was very forthcoming, very helpful in terms of any questions that were posed, and so we had a meeting of, as has already been said by the CEO, the Deputy Mayor, and myself, where Mayor Peckford basically answered any and all questions. Is bring it on, what's your questions, and let's try and work through it. I think it's important to realize what the situation was in North Grenville when they decided to go down this particular path. So as I understand it, they had no taxi companies, they had no Ubers, they had a handy bus system that was volunteer ran, and the volunteers weren't able to do it anymore, let's put it that way. And so they were left with a particular situation where there was absolutely no transit system, as I understand it, in play. And I left out care for it. As I understand it, there would be no care for either in that particular municipality. So they had a situation where they had a huge vacuum because there was nothing in place. Certainly, I must say that I'm more in favor of this particular system over a fixed route system that, from one of the reports, was a 6 to 9% increase, which I simply couldn't support then and would not support now. That's just no. In looking at and having that conversation with Mayor Peckford, the similarities, I guess, is that it was a curb-to-curb system, similar to the handy bus being door-to-door, because you're dealing with individuals that need assistance bringing the groceries into their home or whatever. The exceptions, as I understand it, would be also that in terms of looking at what the handy bus does now versus what this system would be, is that the handy bus goes not only within the city limits, but also into Laurentian Valley, but this would be a city initiative only. One thing Mayor Peckford indicated, because I was curious about the $5, because right now the handy bus charges $6.50 a trip and is about to increase it to try and make things runs more smoothly in the sense of dollars, and I brought their budget in terms of how they fundraise and do all these other things, and trying to make sure that the system works. And what I understand from Mayor Peckford is that they wanted to have the amount low enough that they could get as much ridership as they possibly could get, because what happens is that ridership is told to CUDA then it factors into in terms of getting gas tax. So it makes sense on one hand. On the other hand, though, if you're only going to charge $5, it raises my question in terms of so you got different services. You got the taxi cabs, which I've received some calls from individuals saying it's $10 for this or $20 for that. I can't afford it. I want a $3 trip. And I said, well, when I'm here, that ain't happening. And then I asked the person, and they did qualify for the handy bus. So I said, I don't know why you're just not taking the handy bus at the present moment. But in terms of, I see that it would ride on the weekends. We did ask Mayor Peckford about that. She said the ridership is down on weekends, but there is people taking it. I can tell you that the handy bus has tried it several different times to bring people to church and other things, and it just every time wasn't feasible, because you're bringing in drivers, you're paying them a minimum of 3 hours, and if no one takes the bus, well, at some point you ask yourself what you're doing, and it just financially didn't make any sense. But she did clarify in the sense that, and this sort of a curb-to-curb system would eliminate the clearing of sidewalks. So we've heard staff say, look, if you're going to have a route system, then you have bus pickups, and those areas have to be cleaned, and who's doing that? So this system would eliminate that. As I understand it from her, the biannual inspections, the maintenance of the buses, all of that is on the contractor, so that's helpful. She did raise, just so that everyone knows what we're getting into, she did raise that people would need to book a trip similar to, I'm telling you, similar to what the handy bus is. In other words, you book the trip, and it may be that they can get you in 5 minutes, it may be 90 minutes before they finally get a chance to pick you up, but that's the nature of this particular beast. I point out in terms of challenges, so I'm just rhyming off some challenges so that everyone recognizes that this isn't just all fun and games. Again, charging $5 when you got taxi cabs charging more, you got the handy bus charging more, and what does it mean to those particular enterprises? So I just throw that out. Staff have already mentioned in terms of what was mentioned in terms of staffing. So even if you look at it and say, okay, it's a 3.6% because we're going to involve staff time, I think the CAO is being kind. I honestly don't know what staff are going to do it, short of if this council says, guess what, we're hiring someone, because who's doing this assistance from the staff side of things, whereas in the handy bus, there's absolutely no staff involved. It's very much ran by a volunteer board of directors, a manager who doubles as a driver, plus 3 other drivers. 2 of them are part-time. It was mentioned earlier about the international students. I can tell you that right now, the warden and I are trying to have a conversation with the college because, as we all know, there's been a 34% reduction in international students in 2024. So I don't know what that means to the college, and I'm trying desperately to have a conversation with the college because I don't know what that is going to translate into. Not only in terms of this particular system, I firmly believe that the international students contribute heavily to our economy, that they're eating, they're doing other things, they're buying things. If they're not here, I'm at a loss as to what that's going to mean to our economy, but that's another issue. What else? And then simply I would leave it with this, is that, so we just went through a budget process, 7.94% increase. So if you're talking about a 3-ish on top of that, this year, if this had happened this year, would be 11%. And so I'm not saying no to the, I'm just saying council needs to look at all of these challenges and say, okay, with all these challenges, is it still, let's give her a shot. But you got to know that it isn't. And I don't think that this council is naive. I don't think this council believes that it's all roses. It's just that there are challenges, but I'm hoping that you can tell I'm much more inclined to a system like this than a 6 to 9% increase of a bus going back and forth, it failing and egg on our face. I think that this has a potential because I know that the handy bus is successful. So it has the potential, but there's some challenges.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Plummer, Purcell, and then Keel.
Through the chair to the treasurer, do we have I guess in the report you said there was an average of 25 riders per day for North Grenville? Or are you saying something like that? And would we be, or was that the CAO that discussed that?
Yeah, so the information that I received from North Grenville, I hope I printed it off, but so the information I got today, I think it was like 23, 25, 24.
Yeah, the numbers.
Like it's in that range.
Okay, now are we projecting then a doubling of that number per day? Do we have a number like ridership?
I don't know if we have that in regards to any of these surveys and that, but I'm just projecting with respect to like the type of community in that. They're a little bit more rural. And so ours would be, I would think, a lot higher than that, especially if you capture some of the college students in that. And so like one of the things I know that we're talking about on-demand, door-to-door, I don't think it would be door-to-door. It'd be door-to-door for the accessible, but and say if I'm calling for it and Angela's calling for it and we're 3 blocks away, it would probably suggest our stop would be a block and a half for us to walk. So that's how the software would work. But the numbers are based on double the ridership that North Grenville has.
Right. Further to that, then, I'm just saying there are cheap. I still think there are cheaper options. I think we've talked. What is curb to curb? Well, we have taxis. We have a taxi. We talked about why taxis are too expensive. They're $10 average ride. Well, just doing the math quick, that if you take there's 25 riders per day using a service at 365 days at $5 is what they'd be paying per ride. If the city were simply going to issue taxi chits or a receipt to the taxi companies for $5 per rider, that's only $91,250. That's a lot cheaper than running a service. We don't even have to manage it. It's just a matter of issuing that money back to the taxi company. So, with that, we're to increase the business of the taxis tremendously, because they already have the infrastructure in town. I'm just still not convinced that people want another 3% tax increase for 50 people a day to ride a bus. It's still a lot of money. We're looking at costs here of net costs of $564,000 one year because we have the big transit reserve of 200-some thousand. The next year it's $751,000. The next year it's $777,000. That's more money than our entire in-house roads budget. So I just don't see it. Thanks.
Councillor Purcell, Keel, and Laferniere.
Thank you, Chair. And going back a year and a half ago, I guess, going door to door and thinking about, moving forward in terms of finding myself a councillor position. And, this is one of the things that I think I was campaigning on was the transit and looking at opportunities to, weave that fabric throughout our community because I think transit is the fabric of our community. And the reason for that is without that resource, then people can't get from point A to point B. They can't spend their dollars. They can't get to appointments. They can't improve their health and well-being. They can't, they can't get to recreational activities, those kinds of things. We just saw, at our public pool discussion meeting that, we didn't see anybody beyond, Trafalgar Road. And there's a reason for that. They don't they can't get to the pool. It's difficult for them to get to the pool. And coming from Front Street, and then walking to Kinsman Pool, it wasn't the things that I did when I was a kid. It was a special occasion because when you had a ride, you had a ride. But it wasn't walkable. Or I guess it was walkable, but it wasn't convenient. So I think, we have to look at these transit options. I remember as a kid also riding around the bus and going from mall to mall and going downtown and, going to Tom's models and picking up, models and building them at home and doing all kinds of different things. And showed you a little bit of independence and how to move around a city. it brings you to a different experience. So there's lots of reasons why we need transit, and I think, you know, those individuals that are already disadvantaged, and maybe typically the elderly and the youth, don't have those options in terms of some of the transportation options that we have, in terms of that own vehicles. So I hear where Councillor Plummer is coming from, and I understand that there's dollars associated with it, but I think those numbers in terms of ridership numbers are very, very low. They're very low. I could see a lot more utilization in terms of that services than what we're talking about. And I can see multiple people in one vehicle as well, going from point A to point B and dropping off along the way. So I think, I think it's the the handy bus integration and having it more rural that was probably causing a lot less ridership, because they just didn't have probably the time to get from point A to point B. So I think we're a little different when the urban areas that are built up, that we can actually, do that. Do I want to see increases in regards to levies moving forward? Again, if it's for the right reasons, yes, I do, because I do think it's important. And I think it's important for everyone to give that opportunity for individuals to, again, get to medical appointments, get from point A to point B, and utilize, the services that we could offer as a city of Pembroke. We have businesses that are struggling. Councillor Fernley, said it very eloquently in terms of, people are choosing not to leave their premise because they don't have any other option. So they'll utilize online shopping instead of going to, Tom's Hobbies and getting that model. So I hear both discussions, but I think we have to do our due diligence and move it forward, see what the request for proposal comes back with. And then, if it's not feasible at that time and it doesn't meet our needs, then, at least we've pushed it as far as we can. And I think, I think we've gone this far, and just to stop right now, I think, just by issuing an RFP and seeing that if we can have these point-to-point options. We've looked at Uber, we've looked at deregulating taxis. There's still opportunities for individuals and disadvantaged people to get these types of services in place. So let's move forward, and, hopefully, we come up with a solution. And, I think our residents will be on board in terms of, having that ability to move around the town and go from point A to point B, and provide those individuals with respectful, transportation to get to medical appointments, schools, doctor's appointments, those kinds of things. So,
Thank you, Councillor Purcell. Councillor Fernier?
I just want to, sorry, through the chair.
Did I miss you?
The
I'm sorry, I had Councillor Keel on the agenda.
Okay.
Go ahead, excuse me, Councillor Fernier.
Okay. In regards to the Councillor Plummer's reference to, another affordable way, possibly taxi chits, that type, and you sort of said it $10 average. Some places might be $10, but I know that to go from the west end of Pembroke to go to the Pembroke Mall, it's $20 each way. So although $5 a voucher would be nice, it's still a lot of money. It's still $30 for that person, to pay the difference. And I do believe our ridership would be high. Kempville, I believe, has a population of 4,000 people. Now, North Grenville is a surrounding area, so we have 3 times that many people. So I would imagine we will triple that number. I think that going forward, if this council does support this, we need to start securing fixed bus pass purchases by the interested parties that have said that they're interested. The organizations, employers. I mean, everyone's having trouble getting employees. Why do you think that is? Because people can't get to work for those low-income, jobs. They can't afford a car, but they can't afford to get to work. The college has already opened that up. Well, let's press them. We've got 3 years to prove this is going to work. So let's secure those agreements with the college, with the hospital, with the schools. The schools are cutting back on buses all the time. Maybe they want to, do something, sponsor the bus, give us so much money, because I know high schools, maybe they're going to cut out the buses. I'm just speculating at this point, so I hope nobody's taking those words verbatim. But anyway, I really think this is just sort of an olive branch. Let's try it, 3 years. Reach out to our partners that have said we need it. Everybody says they need it. So this is their opportunity to come and help us. So that's all. Thank you.
My apologies, Councillor Keel. Go ahead.
No apology needed. We all get our turn. To me, this is an investment in our community. That's what I see this. We spend lots of money on things that people don't want us to spend money on. I know it was raised at a past meeting, but we got frankly only a few letters saying, I don't want you to spend money on transit. Well, if we did a poll of the city of Pembroke on who wants to spend money on the 7 of us sitting around this table, we wouldn't get paid at all. Sometimes as a municipality and a government, you spend money on things that not 100% of the population is in favor of. Not everybody's in favor of the pool. I guarantee you, if we did a poll, it's like 100% of our residents are not in favor of our decision on the pool. 100% of residents wouldn't even be in favor of fixing one of the roads because they would want their own road fixed. So I think we have to be careful when we're drawing on, you know, these people sent letters and these people sent letters. What we're talking about today is putting out an RFP for a pilot project. We're not committing ourselves to decades of spending. In terms of the individuals that have come forward, I know Mr. Brandberger, and I'm going to look at the mayor, was before the Economic Development Committee in his capacity on, I think it was the labor force matter. It was brought up at that meeting that transit would be helpful. The deputy mayor had a housing development Zoom meeting. It was brought up that one of the criteria for the government for CMHC is there transit. There have been a lot of big names that have said, we'd like to see this. I get that they haven't put their money where their mouth is. That seems to be a chronic problem when we're trying to do things. But it's not just Joe Blow down the street saying, I want transit. There's been some organizations saying that if you take the step, we think we're going to be there with you. What we're looking at, if you spread it over the 3 years, I know it's more front-ended, but we're talking about a 1.13 increase per year over 3 years. Again, I admit that that's a bit more front-ended next year. We wouldn't necessarily need the disability component that obviously North Grenville received. I don't know what that does to the cost. Does that make it cheaper? Does that make it more expensive? My thought would be that would make it cheaper. So if we're comparing the two systems, we wouldn't necessarily need the full disability component that they got. Gas versus electric vehicles. I think the deputy mayor and I are in lockstep on this one. I'd love to have electric vehicles, but it's not a must. That's something we can look forward to down the road. Frankly, just having a transit system and potentially getting fewer cars off the road is environmentally friendly. In terms of the staff member, I certainly hear and I want the CAO to know that I hear what he's saying about that obviously there's a few hours a week being put into this. We took 2 looks at the new road supervisor as to whether we thought we wanted that or not. Maybe that's somewhere that we can look in terms of a new job, or maybe that, as Councillor, I appreciate Councillor Lafreniere's comment. Maybe that frees somebody else up. So I think there's things that we can look at. Who will use it? I mean, who won't use it? Yeah, Councillor Lafreniere said there's some people out there with two vehicles in their driveway. I'm one person, I have one vehicle. Guess what? Sometimes it's in the shop. Sometimes maybe somebody is partaking in something and shouldn't be driving their 2 vehicles that are in their yard. We have a growing elderly population. I know I've said it before. I have 3 great aunts right now that don't drive, and I have a grandfather who is sort of their limo driver, and he's thinking about getting rid of his license. The one thing that I don't know that we talk about enough is the more vulnerable population. We just spent $100,000 for a warming shelter. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but we spent $100,000 for a warming shelter. How many people around this table are asking how many people are using it right now? 27. $100,000 for 27 people.
Per day, sorry.
Per day. And, you know, obviously our numbers here, you know, we're certainly expecting significantly more numbers for this project. We haven't, the treasurer's done a great job putting these numbers together. I think in her report, I think it mentions that there could be other opportunities for revenues, sponsorships, advertising, things like that. That's not included, so these numbers could potentially get better with that regard. The mayor spoke about the situation in North Grenville, and I appreciate that he was comparing apples to apples, but I'm a bit more pessimistic than he is. He noted North Grenville doesn't have taxis, no Uber, no Handybus. We just learned at the beginning of January that we had 2 taxi companies last year fold. I think we might be only down to 1 or 2. So we don't, it's not that we don't have taxis, but our current taxi situation is certainly not going in the right direction. And we don't, although our bylaw now does allow for Uber, and I think we need to promote that a bit more, we don't have any yet. So I think there's lots of reasons to give it a try. I don't disagree with Councillor Plummer at all. These are big numbers. There's no question about that. But at the same time, I think it's an investment in our community that moves our community forward. I've seen the same letters that every other councillor saw. Well, the last, 2 independent contractors tried to do it and it didn't work. Well, they were also trying to make a profit. So they were looking for margins. If we frankly broke completely even, we would be as happy as a duck in water. Those 2 private companies would not be happy if they only broke even. They were trying to make some money. So we do have margins that private companies aren't looking for. With respect to the Old City bus, I saw a post by a former bus driver who was mentioning that the bus was rerouted to go out to KI. The bus was rerouted to go all the way up Dead End Moffett Street. I mean, it sounds like there were perhaps some bad decisions made in terms of rerouting. This on-demand system, I think, looks far more favorable. I'm not going to hit on the deputy mayor's fixed route. He was trying to work into a budget for anybody looking at this report, but that was before we knew about this North Grenville proposal. I'm all in favor of putting out the RFP. I'm all in favor of giving a pilot a try. If it doesn't work, then we can move on certainly to other things. But I think at this point, we move forward, we invest in our community, and we show those in the community that are just asking us for a little bit of help, that we're behind them.
Short comment from the chair, and then Deputy Mayor, you'll have the last word before we vote. Having been around the table for a couple of years, we did have a bus service. I saw the implementation and the demise of the buses. I took it upon myself when we had a small mini-type bus, which the city said, we'll go from a big one, we'll go to private enterprise. And I rode the bus all day. I got on it at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I got off at 8 o'clock at night. The fare was $3.50, and most people thought that was too high. Even then, I did a little survey, and here was right, and it took me well over an hour to go from the west end to the east end because of the various stops. And they weren't going out to KI, but even so, just making the various stops along the main route or making little side streets or Moffat or whatever, it took well over an hour and a half to go from A to B. That's a long time, I think. And I'm not negating it, I'm just saying if you come up with a better system, maybe you can delineate the time, et cetera, make it closer and make it work. The people who are on the bus, some were going shopping, 2 got on the bus and just rode the bus all day. They had nothing to do. I said, where are you going? Not going anywhere. I just nothing to do at home, and I'm on disability and I'm bored, so I'm just going to ride the bus and talk to people. And that's what they did. So two of those riders, just rode the bus. They didn't have anywhere to go. But anyway, I'll be voting in favor for the pilot project. And as Councillor Plummer says, if it gets off the rails, then, we have to make another decision quick. But we do owe it to the municipality. Take a look at it. We will call the vote. Deputy Mayor, you have the last
Yeah, I
word
just
as
want
over.
to elaborate just quickly what happened in the old bus system. And Jay O'Neill, former driver, is talked to us all in social media. Jay and I drove around the old route a couple times 2 years ago. And this was substantiated by another bus driver. So they had two buses, and one would leave Woolworths, go east-west to the mall, then they would switch. 30-minute fixed stop. It was very successful. At times, they had 200 passengers a day per bus, okay? Very successful. And then the drivers said, get a bus to go down the main street to pick up the slack from the neighborhoods, East Mall and West Mall. So what happened was I hired a consultant, and they came back, and the city council today accepted that proposal. They had 3 buses, but they changed all the routes. So they went up to the end of Elgin Street, KI, Moffett. All the times changed. People did not like that, so the ridership went down. And then the Harris government cut the funding. That's what happened. Then we had one bus, and bless their soul, Mr. Dodds were running it. One bus, an hour wait is not going to do it in Pembroke for the full community. Then Tom Transit took over, and it didn't work out. So then the buses died. So government has this gas tax now to aid operation of buses. So then you have on-demand, which when I was doing my research the last 3 years on this, talked to many communities. They said on-demand was a game changer for them, night and day. So the way it works, you have 2 buses zipping around Pembroke. You have a phone app, or you can pick up a toll-free number. And if you're on the route to where the bus is going, it picks you up right away. If you're not, you have to wait, maybe 15, 20 minutes, maybe less. Or you can book 2 days ahead for a certain, make an appointment. So you can do that. Now, these buses need to be AODA compliant, so they will have the wheelchair accessibility if that's needed. I can see my mom taking this. She's going to be 91 years old, February 16th. Gave up her license last fall. Does go once a week with the Care For to the Walmart. But if she wants to go to the Metro or to the bank or the Walmart, just to get out and get groceries, she'll be using this service. One of the clients at the community garden said to me, I'm going to give up my license soon. Where's the transit? And I've told many stories, so I won't elaborate. The feasibility study estimated, conservative estimate for Pembroke ridership, 76,000 boardings per year. And it also talks about where you get up the stops. Mostly at major places like senior homes, Kinsman Pool, and major intersections. So that can all be worked out. But tonight we're moving the file forward, and that's what we're doing.
Motion on the floor. Those in favor? Sorry, did you want to speak?
Well, I just wanted to know, sorry, I wanted to know what the motion was again, because it's a paragraph.
Yeah.
Is it just for the RFP, or what is it for?
The City of Pembroke issued a request for proposal for an integrated on-demand transit service, excluding the handy bus, commencing April 1st, 2025, for an initial 3-year term, with an option to extend for an additional 4 years. The RFP would be modeled similar to North Granville, but include both gas and electric bus options for discussion. The hours of service would be Monday to Wednesday, 7 to 8, Thursday and Friday, 7 to 10, Saturday and Sunday, 8 to 6. This initiative would be supported with a 2024 budget of $60,000 for startup and consulting costs to be funded from the Transit Reserve.
So if I may, it's an RFP, and then it'll come back, and if it comes in at something crazy or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, the RFP.
Okay, so
Recorded vote.
you want a recorded vote, Deputy
Yeah.
Mayor? Very good. The Deputy Mayor's asked for a recorded vote. Call the question. Those in favor of the move as indicated? Oh, sorry. Sorry,
Yeah,
yes, recorded vote.
Okay.
Go ahead, CAO.
Thank you,
Don't let me
Chair.
stop you.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Mayor,
Yes.
Councillor Ed Jacquino,
Yes.
Councillor Ian Keel,
Yay.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
Yes.
Councillor Andrew Plummer,
Nay.
Councillor Troy Purcell,
Yay.
Mayor Ron Gervais.
Yay.
So the yeas have it, 6-1. Motion passes.
Monthly accounts, April to September 2023. Madam Treasurer.
So this report is presented for information. It contains the monthly accounts from April to September, and all payments, the department considers all items to be in order. Thank you.
Any questions in regards to the report as been presented to you that you've had ample opportunity to look at? Seeing none, those in favor? Questions? Carried, thank you. Would you like me to adjourn as well? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Motion to adjourn. Seconded, first, Councillor Lafreniere and Councillor Purcell. We are adjourned.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this council meeting to order for February 6, 2024. I'd ask everyone please take a moment and please stand for an opening prayer and reflection. Before opening this meeting of council, I would ask those who wish, each in your own way, silently join in a prayer of guidance over these proceedings. Thank you. Are there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in relation to these items? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to extend for half an hour, or alternatively, just to suspend it for this evening.
I move that we suspend the rules pertaining to the 10 o'clock hour and extensions thereafter.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? There we go. We're moving into minutes. So first up, we have regular meeting of council, January 16, 2024. I'd entertain a motion for their approval. I have Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? That is carried. Next was a special meeting of council, February 1st, 2024. Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. For their approval, those in favor? That is carried. Moving into adoption of minutes of committees. So first up is Planning and Development Committee. It was January 2nd, 2024, having been circulated. Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Giacono. Those in favor? That is carried. The last adoption of minutes from committees is the Finance and Administration Committee of January 2nd, 2024. I have moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next, we have proclamations, and we have two of them this evening. The first is in respect to Black History Month. By virtue of the power vested in me, I do hereby declare February 2024 as Black History Month in the city of Pembroke. Whereas on December 14th, 1995, Jean Augustin, the first Black Canadian woman elected to Parliament and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, requested and received the unanimous agreement of the House of Commons on her motion to declare February Black History Month in Canada. And whereas during Black History Month, we commemorate, celebrate, and recognize the achievements of Canadians of African descent and recognize their rights to equality, opportunity, and freedom from discrimination in Canada. And whereas Black History Month continues to provide the City of Pembroke with the opportunity to celebrate the contributions and vital role that Canadians of African descent have made to strengthen the social and cultural mosaic of our community, province, and country. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Ron Jerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim this month, February, as Black History Month in the City of Pembroke. I'm proud to announce that February is Black History Month. The theme for Black History Month 2024 is Black Excellence, a heritage to celebrate, a future to build. I invite all citizens of Pembroke to learn more about this history, and how these individuals helped and continue to help shape our history right here in Pembroke. The second proclamation this evening is in respect to Wear Red Canada Day. By virtue of the power vested in me, I do hereby declare February 13th, 2024 as Wear Red Canada Day in the city of Pembroke. Whereas heart disease is the #1 killer of women worldwide and this leading cause of premature death for Canadian women, a fact unknown to many women and their healthcare providers. And whereas the Canadian Heart Health Alliance is an organization of volunteer health professionals and patients working hard to improve women's health and women's heart health in particular. And whereas Wear Red Canada Day is celebrated annually to raise awareness for all Canadians, but especially Canadian women, to be mindful, curious, and proactive in the management of their heart health and wellness. And whereas we want to see better prevention, diagnosis, and care, and fewer women dying prematurely from heart disease. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Ron Jerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim February 13th as the Wear Red Canada Day in the City of Pembroke. Members of Council, February 13th is Wear Red Canada Day. This is a day to raise awareness about women's heart health. Heart disease is the #1 killer of women worldwide and the leading cause of premature death in women in Canada. Globally, cardiovascular disease affects 1 out of 3 women, yet women everywhere are understudied, underdiagnosed, undertreated, and unaware. Heart disease is a large preventable disease, and there's a lot we can do to help reduce the risk. Next, we have resolutions. The first up, Councillor Giacono, Resolution 2024-01, a CIP 185 Pembroke Street East.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Moved by myself and Councillor Fernie a number of times. We had to change the signatures based on some information. But anyway, the resolution will move forward. Be it resolved that the Corporation of the City of Pembroke approves the application from Ashley Ward, tenant of 185 Pembroke Street East, for the Community Improvement Plan Facade Improvement Grant. The applicant must comply with grant guidelines of the Facade Improvement Grant and will have 18 minutes to complete all work and submit receipts in order to receive the grant. The grant total awarded to this applicant is $3,550.06 and awaiting your signature, Your Worship.
Thank you. So, moved by, I'm trying to follow your arrows. But in any event, moved by, we have Councillor Giacono, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. Be it resolved, the Corporation of the City of Pembroke approves the application from Ashley Ward, tenant of 185 Pembroke Street East, for the Community Improvement Plan Facade Improvement Grant. The applicant must comply with grant guidelines of the Facade Improvement Grant and will have 18 months to complete the work and submit receipts in order to receive the grant. The grant total award to this applicant being $3,550.06. Councillor Giacono, did you wish to speak to this?
Yes, I do, Your Worship. Thank you. The gentleman in question, Ashley Ward, owner of Ash's Barcade, a new business, obviously, that has been instrumental in coming to our community because of the tremendous amount of benefits that we provide as a corporation. The Community Improvement Program, for example, will allow Mr. Ward to move forward and do some renovations. Of course, the city picks up 50% of the work, and it'll allow contractors and people to be working in the area. Hundreds of thousands of dollars have gone to the program over the years. I think we've seen a resurgence in business in Pembroke, and we'll continue to see it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Giacono. Certainly a huge rate of return. Anyone that's ever reviewed the report that came forward on this, in general, the CIP program. Those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Next is Resolution 2024-02, Social and Economic Prosperity Review. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. This resolution comes from the Association of the Municipalities of Ontario, looking for the City of Pembroke support. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Andrew Plummer. Whereas current provincial municipal fiscal arrangements are undermining Ontario's economic prosperity and quality of life, and whereas nearly a third of municipal spending in Ontario is for services in areas of provincial responsibility, and expenditures are outpacing provincial contributions by nearly $4 billion a year, whereas municipal revenues such as property taxes do not grow with the economy or inflation, and whereas unprecedented population and housing growth will require significant investments in municipal infrastructure, and whereas municipalities are being asked to take on complex health and social challenges like homelessness, supporting asylum seekers and addressing the mental health and addiction crisis, and whereas inflation, rising interest rates, and provincial policy decisions are sharply containing municipal fiscal capacity, and whereas property taxpayers, including people on fixed incomes and small businesses, can't afford to subsidize income redistribution programs for those most in need, and whereas the province can and should invest more in the prosperity of communities, and whereas municipalities and the provincial government have a strong history of collaboration, therefore be it resolved that the City of Pembroke requests the Province of Ontario commit to undertaking with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario a comprehensive social and economic prosperity review to promote the stability and sustainability of municipal finances across Ontario, and further, that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Honourable Peter Barthélemy, Ontario Minister of Finance, MPP John Yakubowski, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and Warden Peter Emo, County of Renfrew.
Thank you, Mr. Unruh. So this resolution moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Whereas current provincial municipal fiscal arrangements are undermining Ontario's economic prosperity and quality of life, and whereas nearly a third of municipal spending in Ontario is for services in areas of provincial responsibility, and expenditures are outpacing provincial contributions by nearly $4 billion a year. Whereas municipal revenues such as property taxes do not grow with the economy or inflation, and whereas unprecedented population and housing growth will require significant investments in municipal infrastructure. And whereas municipalities are being asked to take on complex health and social challenges like homelessness, supporting asylum seekers, and addressing the mental health and addiction crisis, and whereas inflation, rising interest rates, and provincial policy decisions are sharply containing municipal fiscal capacity, and whereas property taxpayers, including people on fixed incomes and small businesses, can't afford to subsidize income redistribution programs for those most in need, and whereas the province can and should invest more in the prosperity of communities, and whereas the municipalities and the provincial government have a strong history of collaboration, and therefore be it resolved, City of Pembroke requests the Province of Ontario commit to undertaking with the Associations of Municipalities of Ontario, otherwise known as AMO, a comprehensive social and economic prosperity review to promote the stability and sustainability of municipal finances across Ontario, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to Honourable Peter Bethalvany, Ontario Minister of Finance, MPP John Yakabuski, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, the Associations of Municipalities of Ontario, and Warden Peter Emo, County of Renfrew. Deputy Mayor, did you wish to speak to this?
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. The major talk at Roma, the conference we went to, the CEO and I, was that the province needs to step up more. We're getting stuff downloaded to the city, to the county that we cannot afford. We can't keep up with it. Sure, we're very grateful for the grants we do get, but this motion came forward, resolution from AMO. They want us to support it, to lobby the government to do an intensive study, to say, hey, wake up, we don't have the funds. Like, look at the asset management issues we're having. So that's what this is about, and they would like our support.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Those in favor? That is carried. Next, for Mayor's report. Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to bring forward the Mayor's report. As stated in the last number of council meetings, with the onset of winter and increased flu and COVID, we need only simply go to some of the homes to visit our loved ones that we be mindful of doing our part to reduce the risk. Many of the homes having signs indicating that there's outbreaks, etc. As was stated by our fire chief, please stay off the bodies of water. We need only look at situations, Winterlude, for instance, and canceling different events. So it's incumbent upon everyone to just stay off of the bodies of water, including the river, and to be mindful of everyone's own safety. On January 18th, I had the pleasure of recognizing Vicki Kelly, who was a volunteer on the board for the Pembroke Handy Bus for 25 years. Her amazing spirit and enthusiasm will be very much missed by that board. It is that type of commitment that gives me pride in this community. On January 19th, the CEO and I participated in the EOMC meeting. This organization allows our single-tier municipality an opportunity to meet and discuss matters that are pressing regarding our community with other single-tier municipalities. One agenda item was to share with the group about the success of the warming center and the challenges of homelessness and mental health here in our municipality. The group will strive to work together on this issue as a higher level approach. January 25th, I attended a meeting with MPP Nolan Quinn and our MPP John Yakabuski regarding a veterans program called Soldiers Aid Commission Fund. MPP Nolan Quinn is the MP of Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, and is the parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Children's, Community and Social Services. I understand that this program is undersubscribed to, even though it's been in existence since World War I. It's a provincial program. It's not the federal program. They are encouraging all veterans, members of the Legion, whether you're a member of the Legion or not, to consider applying, because they say that it is very much underfunded and people are leaving money on the table, so to speak. For further information, they need only reach out to the local Legion or staff, and they would be happy to give the information to those individuals. On January 27th, I had the pleasure to attend the PMC for the ceremonial puck drop for the hockey game between the Valley Warriors and the Electric City hockey team from Peterborough. Kudos to Jerry Novak and Stacey Graveline and all those involved to give the individuals with special needs an opportunity to play hockey. It's always nice to see and host teams from near and far, and particularly when individuals would otherwise not have an opportunity to engage in those sports. Further, it was great pleasure that I'm now able to welcome Dr. Muzamil to our community. It's been, I say now because we were just wanting to get through certain things, but now we can indicate that Dr. Muzamil is here, confident that he will find the residents of Pembroke and area to be friendly, congenial, and know that we do very much welcome him to our community. As always, stay safe and be kind to one another. Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none. Councillor updates. Okay, I have the Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Lafreniere.
I just have a few updates from last meeting, year-end reports. Because I didn't read them last meeting because it was getting long into the night. Treasury Department, under the leadership of our Treasurer, Ms. Lochty. The Treasury Department supported the operations of the city throughout the year by providing a wide range of services, such as budgeting, tax rate adoption, financial audit, property tax billing, tax collection, utilities billing, e-billing, purchasing, and vendor payments. Information technology and payroll. So they do many things for the city. I just want to read about the highlights of staffing changes. In 2023, responsibility for the city's asset management plan moved from the Operations Department to the Treasury Department. In conjunction with this change, the city welcomed Jennifer Belair to the team in September as a financial planning analyst to support asset management and long-term financial planning. Recognition. The Treasurer would like to thank the city's payroll administrator, Angie Andrews, for her tireless effort in rolling out the city's new electronic payroll time tracking and approval software. The Treasurer would also like to thank Marcia Hawthorne, Deputy Treasurer, Jennifer Belair, Financial Planning Analyst, Adam Murphy, Buyer Timekeeper, and Gary Lapierre, Stockkeeper, for their support in the inventory modernization project still underway. PBIA. We want to send out our condolences to Bethia Summers on the passing of her father. Highlights for 2023, I'll just highlight a few of them. SnowQuest, Soup Fest, the funds went to the Robbie Dean Center. Saturday Sounds in the Summer, Youth Market at Shamrock Park, Pumpkin Treats, Harvest Festival, Moonlight Madness. Incentive events, spend 50, get 10, Shop Hop, Summer Stamp Card, Social Media Giveaway. Community Art Walk is a new project, and it's going to be bigger and better even this summer. Warrior Walkabout Art Exhibit, and the Veteran Banner Program. We are now up to 63 banners that are displayed. We had 40 businesses open. We ended the year with a higher vacancy rate than 2023 started. Consumer spending was down this year. Cost of goods is up, as well as interest rates, and CEBA loan, the Canada Emergency Business Account repayments, start this January. Local businesses need support now. Please remember to shop local. On behalf of Councillor Keel and I, the Waterfront Development Committee report from the Chair, Fred Blackstein. The volunteer-driven project is now 25 years in the making, having begun in August of 1998. Tens of thousands of volunteer hours, plus well over $1 million in cash, plus in-kind donations, have resulted in the Jewel of Pembroke. The Community Foundation has acted as steward of approximately $400,000 bequeathed by a local family. We all know the great jewel we have down at the waterfront. We want to publicly thank again all the volunteers. We want to thank the Pembroke Kiwanis Club, the Pembroke Horticultural Society, and the Community Foundation. We recently have the waterfall that was dedicated to first responders, and then we're going to have First Responder Way also, thanks to Fred Blackstein wanting to change the name of the street with the support of City Council. We want to thank the Parks and Recreation Department, who've worked tirelessly despite being short-staffed, and Fred, wants everyone to know, personally delighted with the cooperation between the Water Gardeners team and the Parks and Rec staff. So please extend that to your committee and the staff. They also made an arrangement with the city that will cover 50% of the cost for a second gardener. So that's another highlight of that. And then on behalf of the mayor, the Community Watch Program continues to grow. We have the waterfront, we have the PBA, the downtown core, Johnson Meadows. Our next meeting is April 29th. It's been over 4 years now that we have the Community Watch Program. We want to thank the OPP and all the volunteers and the committee and the Community Watch Program. Community Garden, last year we had 24 garden beds. We bought 2 new ones, raised ones for accessibility. It was a good year of harvest. This year we are going to have some open spots. We'll be selling rain barrels again starting the end of March. So that's something I always get excited about because they're so environmentally friendly and nothing better for your garden than rainwater. So that's the year-end reports, and my colleague, Councillor Giacono, has 2 reports also.
Thank you. The deputy mayor insisted that I help him out because he has a lot of reports to report on. So I'm going to make mine a little more shorter. These will be online, correct, Deputy Mayor? Yes. Folks want to see it. The Pembroke Fire Department, in January, the volunteer firefighters Schneider, Schmidt, White, and Terrien completed all training, began responding to emergencies. Emergency Preparedness Week was May 7th to the 14th. The theme was A Safe Practice in Prepared Ontario. A fire ban implemented June 1st, province-wide, was lifted on July 12th. Test Your Smoke Alarm Day was observed on September 28th. VOC meeting room at the Pembroke Fire Department held 40 meetings over and above the usual usage by the professional Pembroke Fire Department for training sessions. Approximately 20 fire safety talks took place, with training sessions conducted with 600 in attendance. 2,000 plus inspections and consultations completed for city businesses, residents, and visitors. Fire Prevention Week, we saw a wonderful event at the fire hall. I know that Councillor Keel was there, and I believe some members of Council, Deputy Mayor, His Worship. It was such a success. There were hundreds of people there, and they were parked right around the corner in that subdivision will hopefully come forward soon. Gulfview subdivision. Anyway, staff attended over 20 courses, seminars, and symposiums in 2023. 4 significant fires were experienced. Losses were approximately $660,500. Staff changes included 2 firefighters promoted to first class, 1 firefighter promoted to third class. Out of city responses, 5 vehicle extrication calls, and 4 water rescue incidences. The Beautification and Climate Action Committee, again, a very refined committee, works hard within the city of Pembroke. I'd like to thank the volunteers and the staff and members of council that move it forward, Councillor Fernier and the Deputy Mayor, of course. I'm pleased to sit there as well. We owe special thanks to the PBIA, Pembroke Horticultural Society, Parks and Rec. Some of the projects in 2023, promotion of Earth Day and community cleanup, community gardens, rain barrel sale, as the Deputy Mayor mentioned, is coming up again, downtown beautification, banners, flower pots, downtown events, flower boxes and planters throughout the city, maintenance of grounds, trees, flower beds, etc. at Pansy Patch Park, the Arboretum at the waterfront. City's climate action to date, energy efficiencies as well as other events are being discussed with staff, and we're moving forward. There's also Partners for Climate Protection, a 5-milestone framework. Milestone 1 Greenhouse Gas Initiative is completed. A consultant has been hired to help the Milestone 2 GHS emissions reduction targets. Cities on their way to be ecologically friendly, not that we've never had before, and that is the report. More detail available online. While I'm up, Your Worship, I just want to thank the Knights of Columbus for hosting the Snow Spree event at the Care For building, the Mother Hill, I guess they call it. It's a mother of a hill, all right, if you're young and you're not hanging on. We gave away more than 200 hot dogs, 200 cups of hot chocolate. We thank the Knights who came forward. I'd like to thank my grandson who had been visiting from Ottawa, and they were kind of short-staffed. He said, "Pop, I'll come and help you." So that's the kind of community we live in. The kids had a ball, and we had fun too.
Thank you.
Thank you to the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Jacquino. Councillor Frenier?
Yes, I'd be remiss in mentioning the Recreation Department for putting on a really busy snow spree weekend. And I have to say that the numbers were pre-COVID numbers, and I'm not even sure that we were expecting that. Despite the weather interfering with some of the more traditional snow spree events, the indoor event on Saturday was packed, and anyone who was there can attest to the lineups were huge. So as successful as they were, we are going to go back to the table and review maybe we need more than one location. Maybe we need to break it up into age groups or something of that nature. But anyway, nevertheless, it exceeded the expectation because I know that all the events were well attended. And kudos to the sponsors and those that were there setting up the tables at the events. They had rock climbing, face painting, T-shirt making, button making, entertainment, many events. So kudos to them. I also have a report here that I'm not sure was circulated to council, and it is on behalf of the Health Committee that I sit on with Councillor Purcell, and it is in regards to one of the things that had a large effect on our budget this year. So I apologize that this wasn't sent earlier. I don't believe it was, and it should have been. So on behalf of both of us, I'm sharing this now. And so I want to clear up any misconception out there that we were overcharged, because you know what? We got an increase, yes we did. But the service that is going to be added as part of our paramedic response team is going to be invaluable to our community. And what they've set up, what is the result of that large increase in our budget, it's a mental well-being and homelessness response team through our paramedics. And it is going to be a response team that will go out into the community and work with those who are experiencing homelessness, addiction, mental health. So whether they're in a tent, no matter where they are, they will find out where they are, they will go, they will work with them, they will try to attach them to an agency or get the supports that they need. And I'm going to not read this whole report, but I do have a PowerPoint that I'm going to circulate and make sure that all of you read it. This is, how can I say it? It's cutting edge. It's just like our paramedic service always is. VTAC, and this is just one more step of reducing the hospital visits, the 911 calls, and ultimately fatalities happening in our community. So I'm going to forward this on, and I want to thank the County of Renfrew and the paramedic service for bringing this to light. And I apologize on behalf of the two Health Committee members for not enlightening this council before we were discussing budgets. And if we offended anyone at the county, I want to say on behalf of us all, sorry, it was in the heat of the dollar, but we will share this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Frenier. And just to add to that, yesterday was a city-county liaison meeting, and certainly there was a discussion to be had in respect to the services supplied in terms of the social services that the city contributes to. Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Your Worship. On Saturday, I had the opportunity to attend at O'Kenny's Distillery right here in the city of Pembroke, and it was a vote on a new ginger whiskey, and it's in collaboration with Jake Weckworth, who is a local music artist and grandson of former councillor Gary Severin. And so I had the opportunity to go listen to some music and vote on labels and different things. So look for that coming out, because I believe the votes are in. Snow Spree, I couldn't thank Councillor Lafreniere and the Parks and Rec Committee more. That was such a great event, even for somebody that didn't have children. Saturday I was able to get out to the free skate, which for me was more of a free walk around, and it was sponsored by the Pembroke Professional Firefighters Association. So there was, there had to be more than 100 people there, and so good on our professional firefighters for again engaging with the community. And on Sunday, I was also at the Waterfront Park I know I saw Councillor Councillor Plummer there with his little one. Unfortunately, it was too popular. There were some long lines, but if something's going to go wrong, I'm certainly happy that it was due to increased popularity as opposed to anything else. There was sleigh rides through downtown Pembroke. How nice is that through our historic downtown? Certainly not the first time horse and buggies have been going through there. But what a great snow spree, and thank you, Councillor Lafreniere, and I do hope you pass on all our thanks to your department, and especially Megan Cavanaugh, who was at all of these events. And Knights of Columbus Hall also had a craft fair that was absolutely packed with people. It was shoulder to shoulder in there. Finally, a Festival Hall update. I think I can now announce that we are looking at making some major investments in Festival Hall in terms of the sound equipment and other matters. This is to be partially funded through some of the seat campaign money that was left over, and we're also looking at hosting a major spring event as a fundraiser to cover the rest of that. So even more going on in Festival Hall this year. Coming up this Saturday is the Ottawa Valley Talent Showcase. I know the Deputy Mayor is going to be there as a judge. I'm not going to judge anybody, because if you don't give them the right marks, Deputy Mayor, you might feel the wrath of some of the contestants. They won't vote for you.
Are you in the contest? Step dancing?
I'm not in any form of step dancing. I am a venue sponsor. I certainly hope to see a lot of people out there. Seats are filling up. The lower level looks to be about 3/4 full. Tickets are $29. So right now there's over 20 acts. So it's going to be quite a night, and they range from singing to some acrobatics and some dance. The whole gambit there. It's being put on by Kitchissippi Productions. So I certainly hope to see people out this Saturday. On February 14th, which I think is Valentine's Day for those people with a significant other, there is ABBA Mania with Adele, Shania, and Bee Gees tributes. I can tell you there's only 2 seats left on the floor, and the balcony looks to be about 1/3 to 1/2 filled already. And then towards the end of the month, on the 24th, a benefit Yuck Yucks performance in support of the capital program of St. Joseph's Community Food Bank. So hopefully everybody can get out and do that one. And I can tell you that one of Pembroke's own, Tyler Graveline, is giving his, I think this is his first major performance as a comedian. So we have some local flavor in that as well. So lots going on with Festival Hall. If you look at the calendar, you'll even see stuff already for 2025 is on the books. So get out and support your local theatre.
Thank you. Councillor Purcell.
Thank you. On Saturday evening, I had the pleasure of attending the Purple Hummingbird fundraiser at Nelson Street Pub. The good news is it raised $3,300 for addiction treatment services. So it was a great fundraiser. I think a lot of people had a great time, and it's definitely well needed with the amount of opiate deaths that we're having in our area. Just so you're aware, last year we had 40 opiate deaths in Renfrew County. It's 40 too many. So this money will go towards reducing the stigma, and also providing naloxone and other addiction treatment services. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Plummer.
Yes, I will confirm I was at the event, and I saw many councillors this weekend. From Saturday being at Algonquin College and seeing Councillor Purcell and Councillor Lafreniere. We all got the pleasure of standing in line for different events. And on Sunday, I again saw Councillor Keel. I will say it was a good event. It was very heavily attended, so I think that puts a strain on our resources. And I think I'm not sure if Rec Department was quite anticipating that sort of response. So just say it shows that people are really out there and really excited to come back and be part of something and be in the community and just take part. So I think I put that to the rec department as a challenge. I said, take it on for next year, and I hope the Canada Day coming up, we'll start planning sooner than later, because I believe that's going to be a two-day event as well. So I really hope that things are really well thought out, and expecting the numbers this year. Thank you.
Thank you. And while you're standing, Councillor Plummer, I believe you have a motion to move into a closed session.
That is correct. Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by the Councillor Keel, that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss proposed or pending acquisition and disposition of lands by the municipality as per section 2392B of Municipal Act regarding 252-270 Pembroke Street West and waterfront land off Albert Street, and personnel matters about identified individual, including municipal and local board employees, to discuss the CEO's performance appraisal.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable. Moved by Councillor Plummer, second by Councillor Keel, that the meeting become a closed meeting to discuss proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of lands by the municipality as per section 239 sub 2 sub B of the Municipal Act regarding 252 to 270 Pembroke Street West and waterfront lands off of Albert Street, as well as personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, to discuss CAO performance appraisals. Those in favor? That is carried. We will now move into a closed session.